தலைவலியாச்சு.
மூவ் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னா அவங்ககிட்ட இருந்து ஏதாச்சும் ஸ்ட்ரீம் நம்ம வாங்கி இது பண்ணுறது
ரொம்ப ஈஸி. டெமோ காட்டுறப்போ இந்த சீன் இருக்குல்ல,
இந்த இதை
இதுல வந்து
மாற்றிடணுமா?
இந்த
கேம் சீன்
கேம் சீன் போயிருங்க. கேம் சீன் போக சொல்லிட்டு அவர்கிட்ட காமிச்சு ஜூம் அவுட் பண்ணி ஃபுல்லாக தெரியுற மாதிரி.
பட் அவங்க எப்படி ஸ்பீக் ஷேர் ஸ்பீக்கர் எப்படி
இது இங்கேருந்து எடுக்கணும், அங்கே காட்டுறதுக்கு தானே சொல்லுங்கள்.
எக்ஸ்ட்ரா அடாப்டர் பண்ணிடலாம்.
ஒய்ஃபை இந்த இதுக்கு எந்த
இதில் தான் யூஎஸ்பியே இருக்கு. ஓகே
இதில் என்ன ஆக்சுவலாக டாக் ப்ரிப்பேர்
மேக் ப்ரோ நீங்கள் டேரக்டாக
காட்டுறேன்.
8
ஒரு பேக்கேஜ் சின்ன சின்ன விஷயம் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ இந்த ஹேண்ட் வச்சு தான் இந்த செட் பண்ண தேவையில்லை. ஸோ எஸ்பாம் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறது செகண்ட் இதாக கிடச்சிருந்தா சப்மிட்
ஸ்ட்ரீம் போயிட்டு தான் இருக்குது.
இதில்
இது செக் பண்ணுறல செக் பண்ணிங்களா? இல்லை செக் பண்ணுறேன். இப்போது இது ட்ரை பண்ணி பாரு. இந்த சிஸ்டமில் இருக்காது.
இப்போ இது எங்கே போடணும்? டிஸ்பிளே போடுறது டிஸ்பிளே போட்டால் இந்த இன்னொரு டைப் சிக்கு போர்ட்டில்
யூஸ் பண்ணுறது
இதுலேயே ஸ்ட்ரீம் போட்டுடலான்றாங்க.
இது ஹால் ஒன்று
இங்கே பாடுறா, இவங்களுக்கு காமிக்க மாட்டேங்குது பாரு. நான் சொன்னேன் இதை எனக்கு இப்படி தான் வருது. ஹால் 1 போட்டால் காமிக்க மாட்டேங்குது. உனக்கு மட்டும் தான் காமிக்குது. அது இறக்குது உள்ள போய் பாரு. ஆண்ட்ராய்டில் நாலு வச்சிருக்கு.
ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுது.
அப்போ இதுதான்
ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுது. இது போய்ங்க
வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. சரி ஓகே போயிட்டு
இந்த இதை
உங்கள் லேப்டாப் ஷேர் பண்ணி
மியூட் பண்ணுறது எப்படி?
அதுதான் ப்ரோ. மியூட் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஸ்விட்ச் பண்ணிடணும்.
மியூட் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஸ்விட்ச் பண்ணுறோம்.
இன்னொரு சீன்
இதுதான் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
இல்லை அதுதான் ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது.
இல்லை, நான் அது கேம் மாற்றிட்டேன்.
நீங்கள் இது பண்ணணும் ப்ரோ.
முடிஞ்சிருச்சு இல்லையா ப்ரோ? அது பழசு ப்ரோ. ஐ மீன் அது இனி வரல. கரெக்டாக தான் ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுது. கரெக்டாக தான் ஆகுது. மியூட்
ஓ, இப்போ மாறிச்சு. கொஞ்ச நேரம் ஆகுமோ?
ஆமாம் ஆமாம்.
Blocks ஒரு company.
Moreover, I'll let it to him. He'll explain more. He'll talk about it more. Please give a big round of applause for Emmanuel.
So guys, I'm Manuel. You have seen me roaming around. So does everyone knows Frappe? Does everyone of you use Frappe? Okay. Are you guys interested in Frappe? You guys know what is Frappe?
Coffee ಕುಡಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
So I think it's
Coffee ಇಲ್ಲ first.
Frappe.
Frappe is not coffee. ಹಂಗೆ ನಾನು.
okay. Yeah. It is a framework. Yeah. So you would have seen there Rahul Agarwal. So he told what is Frappe, how you do Frappe, everything, right? So they would have told you about boxes. Build with Hussein Studio boxes. Boxes is their recently launched one-click cloud deployment environment. But what if you want to do it in your local environment without all the hassle of actual Frappe setup? Okay, so that's what we are going to see. I'm going to talk about Frappe Manager. Okay. Before that, I work in a company called RTCam in Pune. So I live in Chennai only. I do remote work. So if you see RTCam, they are more into WordPress. We are also emerging into Frappe ecosystem. So when we were doing our own ERP setup and everything, we faced few issues for ourselves. So since we already have a good background of open source tools in WordPress, we thought we'll do the same in Frappe also. So that's how we started it, and it became a huge tool and a very great hit. So I'm here to speak about it. No way related to the company, just completely Foss and open source. So give me a minute, I'll get this team started and go. You guys can check what is Frappe, by the way. How does ERP work or what is an ERP? You can actually do many things in Frappe, just not the ERP alone. Many people are doing emerging various tech with it. Like you would have seen many people do the ticketing system. They have their help desk for custom made ordering system app also. Logs, everything is there. So not just the ERP. It's their main product which they sell the cloud for. With the Frappe cloud, they have to run it, right? So that is their main product, but there are many other things, and it does allow various things and gives you many things out of the box. Like it gives you database, it has scheduler access, you can run cron jobs, everything natively out of the block. Low code platform. It's a like low code platform. You don't have to do anything. Out of the box, they give you these things. So that is the advantage of Frappe. So I'm going to say how to do it better and efficient. That's the main part of it. It's this one.
Single. Again, some technical issues. Please give us a couple of minutes.
என்ன ரூம்
Until then, guys, since you guys, how many of you guys have used Frappe? Like, I know he told about using Frappe, right? Until he faces the technical and fixes his own technical issues. You guys have used Frappe or heard about it? He just introduced. You guys got a gist about it? No? Okay. You have to do a better job, Diamond. Introduce Frappe properly.
I did. I gave them.
But yeah, so I want you guys to be able to talk to him, be interactive with him. You can ask him anything. He's not going to take it in a wrong way or in a right way, even the basic questions you can ask him. If he doesn't, let me know. I'll take care of that. But the other way thing is that you guys have to be interactive with this session, right? Since he's doing it since he's explaining it from the start, you guys have to be interactive with him. Then you guys will have to. Just a quick round. How many of you? I want to know why you guys are here. Until they fix all of this, right? Why are you here today at Chennai? Quickly, anyone? Any particular reason, like why you guys are here?
To learn something new.
Okay. How many of you want to do that? Like learn something new and ஒரு ஆன்சர் கொடுத்துட்டாங்கன்னா அதையே எல்லாத்தையும் காப்பி பேஸ்ட் ஓகே ஃபைன் பட் step out of it, what else do you guys want to learn? Like, be more specific. Like, have you come here for a specific talk? Have you come here for the booths which are kept outside? Or particular speaker or networking? What would you guys like to do? What are you guys? Why are you guys here? Please don't say that's only just to learn. Obviously, there's a lot to learn, but apart from that as well, if you guys have not thought about it, I would suggest you guys to start networking as well. A lot of different people, a lot of different crowd here. The booths are right outside as well when you get the breaks, right? You get high tea and lunch breaks. And I'm pleased to go and check out the booths as well. You guys can go meet them, talk to them, they'll explain why they've kept the booths there. Again, they're all from Chennai, so we try to support them. It's all open source. So we are trying as much possible to support them as well. So we would love to see you guys there, helping and supporting people.
ISCCS guest
Technical issues. Our cameraman as well as our speaker is trying to solve things. So, like code தான் சொல்றீங்க. Deliberately spelling. Our speaker here does not know deliberately spelling and all. Please ignore if there is any spelling mistake or any grammatical errors. Or if you guys are okay, ask him to talk in Tamil. It's better that way.
If everyone is okay, then I want to speak.
HDFC தான அது
You're not. You're still trying to join the meet. What are you saying here? Room name is unsafe. Gmeet bro.
Gmeet.
Simple.
They don't have the login here.
They don't need to have a lot.
எஞ்சி போயிடுவாங்க பார்த்துக்கோ.
Enter code join.
RDY. QAK. YB.
Give your name. Welcome to Google.
What do you mean with people?
You're asking how do I join Google Meet? What will I say? Damaging Google Meet. Yeah, finally. Could you-
Okay.
Yes.
Full screen.
Okay.
This should be better. The presentation will help. Yes. Okay. So yeah, Frappe Manager. I already gave an intro, so I'm just skipping it. If you have done Frappe Manager, you would know how hard it is. So you have to have bench, Python versions and Node version. So everything is hard to manage, and apart from that, there are lot of dependency just for the Frappe app itself. Okay, and if you're going for other Frappe apps, like help desk or those kind of things, you need more and more dependency. And for your app you install, there is more dependency. So it keeps on going and it logs up your system and everything. So that is very hard to maintain and develop as well. And when you go to production, you could not even think of it. Okay, Frappe recently made the switch from version 15 to version 16, and they changed a whole lot of things that many production systems will break. Okay. So Frappe Manager is a CLI tool. You can do everything with just that one tool. Your local development, your local testing. You can even do the tunneling with ngrok, and we do have multiple domains pointed to one site option. You can do production environment deployment, and it is completely Docker based. Okay, so you don't have to do anything, and we did hook into the actual Frappe bench itself to do few things. So bench, which I am referring to, will be the Frappe's bench. So bench runs the whole Frappe site, everything. Okay. So I will give you a little bit of demo or how it works. So FM. Okay. You have to. You can go to Frappe Manager. So you can search. Not my fork. So RTCamp is the actual owner of it. Okay, so it's pretty actively maintained. So you can go and search. Is possible enough? No, it should do. So this is their website. So currently you can install the develop branch and test everything. So the old main branch will support version 15. And for the version 15, ours is Frappe Manager V18. Okay. So development branch has actual active changes, and we do support version 16 out of the box. And we added backporting support also. So you can go from 16 to 15 or 15 to 16, everything very easily. So you will not have any issues. Okay. So it is currently under development. We plan to release it, but we cannot give a word. So that's the thing. So they have installation command given here. So you can do it via UV. UV is much better growing tool faster. So I use UV as well. I am using the develop branch for the demo. So just install it and just type FM and it will show you all these things. Okay. So it will download a bunch of containers for you. So if you see, there are few images: Frappe Manager, Nginx, Mailpit, Redis, MariaDB, Adminer, everything. And yes, one more thing is, if you want to have DB access, we give you DB access directly with Adminer. And if you want to do local email testing, we give you Mailpit. So you don't have to go for any other third-party tools for local testing, or don't have to waste anything. And you get a interactive DB manager as well with the Adminer. So that's the thing. So to create a site, you have to say FM create the site name. So if you're not gonna do point any domain, if I do ASD, it will create asd.localhost by default. Okay, so that you can host it in your localhost. If you're gonna give a domain, it still works. Okay, it will not get the SSL certificate first. It will only create the site, and you can get the SSL certificate later. Okay. So previously in version 18, we were using certbot. Now in version 19, which is the develop version, we've completely moved the DNS method to SSL thing to act. So which is much powerful, supports many things. So I'm gonna create a local thing only. So another concept is in Frappe, if you're going to a native way, so one bench can have any number of cycles. Okay, this is the same how Frappe Cloud works. But here, to isolate resources, we use one bench per one site per bench. Okay, so no clashes, anything. So if you have used Frappe Cloud, you know the difference. So in Frappe Cloud, you have to define your list of apps, and that will be baked into a Docker image, and that will act as your bench. So in case you have to do just one small app update, if you have 20 apps, you have to install update only one app. It goes through the whole cycle. So you update the app, it does the migration in the DB, it builds the image, and then that will be your current bench itself. Okay. So this is fine for certain people, but not for all. Because say if your bench is like 7 GB, so each time you want to do an update, you do 7 GB, 7 GB, 7 GB, and the time it takes is too tremendous. Okay. But here you don't have to do anything like that. We have volume. So you just go into the container, you change anything, and it is very instant. Okay. So the next thing is you would have known workers, right? So Frappe have scheduled workers, cron job workers, those kind of things. So those are very volatile in Frappe. Complete Frappe itself, not Frappe Cloud or anything. Complete Frappe has it very volatile. Like if a job is running, a 2 hour long job, a sync job or something, if it is running and you go ahead and do bench restart, your job is broken. You have no log, you don't know what happened, you cannot retry it, there is nothing, no job safety. So it is done and gone forever. So what we did is we hooked inside bench itself. So whenever you're gonna do bench workers, we have our own thing. We hook into bench, and we introduced a new command on top of bench called FM extended. Okay. So it will show you all the workers. You can start, stop, restart individual workers, and you have a wait time. So when you are going to restart your bench, let's say there is a 2 hour long job running, and you have not defined any rules for it. By default, it will wait till the job is done. Okay. By the time it is waiting, it will pause the scheduler so that no new job comes. Okay, so Frappe uses a concept of scheduler and a worker to queue their jobs and everything. So it will pause the scheduler so that no issues happen, and your current jobs keeps running, and your newly coming job gets queued. Okay, so nothing is affected in the system. Every worker is working, everything is proper only. Once the job is done, we restart everything, and at that moment, update run. Okay, so very clean updates. You don't have to do anything. So this was we did this as a part of our internal issue itself, and we open source this tech to open community. Frappe Cloud has not got this yet. They don't have this option, but we are doing this. This is our best key we have. Let me go to the presentation sometime. So yes, isolated containers, completely Docker composed and very much extendable. So we even ourselves in our internal thing have few instances of Frappe Manager where we hook into the actual Frappe Manager itself and add in our container. So I don't know if I can say that, but there is a product called Godam. Godam.io. If you are, if you need a CDN for your assets, you can try this out. This is mainly for a WordPress project, but what I'm saying is, so this one is built over Frappe, and this needs GPU. Okay, so FM does not have GPU support, but since Docker does have GPU support, you are able to go into the Docker Compose natively and add GPU support. So this is very much extensible. You can add anything. So everything is basic Docker networks. So you don't have to worry about anything itself. So you can do anything you want basically with this tool. And again the same thing. And this tool is built on Python, by the way. Frappe Manager is completely built on Python. So if any of you is interested or want to know many things, you can just try it out. And yes, you can create a site instantly. You don't have to do manage any dependencies, anything. If you want to do dependency management, you can go inside the site and do it in there. So for every site, we use UV itself for the site as well as inside the site. The Python version management is completely done in UV, and the node version management is done in FNM, Fast Node Manager. Previously, we were using the NPM, but that was slow for us, so we went to the FNM, Fast Node Manager. So everything, it is very much swappable out of the box. Yep. So you can actually take a snapshot of the Docker containers and switch host also. That's how we do the migration internally for server jumps, those kind of things. And there's some quick commands that will be in the site. And let's do some things now. Still host.
Gotta talk to them, not to the laptop.
இப்போதானே வந்தேன்.
Sometimes you'll get lost, you talk to the laptop. So give him a reminder.
Let's see if I can get this.
See, he'll be talking to himself. Talk to the
So
people
you
here.
can try this. We don't have a cloud version. We don't have any demo or anything because this is a self-hosted tool. But if you want, you can try it out in a VM. Just a normal 2-core 4 GB CPU that works. It will insanely do good for your production workload. Because this is Dockerized, but not as Dockerized as Rapid Cloud. So it will not put everything into a Docker. It will just do volume mounts and have the necessary containers running on it. It's like very safe. And if you want to do update the Frappe version itself, we do migration. So internally for this tool itself, we do migrations for migrating your template, all kind of things to the next version. So you don't have to worry about anything. You can dry run it. So even version updates to Frappe Manager is very easy. It's not hard at all. Try one more time. I know the issue. So the network here does not support DNS to fetch from few places. That's the issue. I've been installing it till I went outside. It won't just gone out. And there's no proper network here, so I am not able to show the demo. But yes, you guys can check it out. Do you have any doubts or have anything to ask about this tool? Any feature suggestions? Have you guys heard about this tool before? You used it?
Once I tried it.
Okay.
So this is to like deploy applications.
Yeah.
If it's like on a one instance, how do we like scale that out?
Why do you want to explain more? You want to scale the tool? Why do you want to
I
scale the
know.
tool?
Does it manage the containers inside the same?
Yeah.
How do we even like?
So your DB instance and your proxy instance is fixed. Okay, so those two never change. And for any site you create, it creates a Frappe manager instance, Frappe instance.
Yeah, but like, the command line itself is running on a single machine.
Yeah.
this is like not like the same kind of stateless application which can like horizontally scale up.
So for each machine, you have to install this separately. Yeah, this is not like this is not, of course, this is not managed public cloud where you can just put in apps and run. You have to install this in every server you want. And
Okay, so what if I need to like run like 3 machines with identical containers?
you can run it.
So the load balancing will be done outside the.
Yeah, you have to do load balancing separately. We don't do load balancing here. So we are internally trying out a K-test clone of this same tool, but we don't know. We are having many issues of this one.
Maybe you can just like try the CRD.
Yeah,
CRD. So there is something called CRD in Kubernetes.
okay.
So you can just.
We are not using that. We went with the help chart.
I mean, no, help chart is just like
Of
installation
their
of the container.
Mhm.
So what you can do is you can. So there are like components in Kubernetes like deployment and
Yes.
you can create a Frappe deployment which takes like an image name and it automatically.
But when you do these kind of things, you don't have database migration.
No, you can manage the database.
No. So let's say one database, and if my client goes to instance A, when I do update, Frappe does complete database migration. Okay, so my database will be migrated. Instance 2 will be active but not live. Traffic will be coming here, but the user here will face site issue.
So then like you need to like decouple the database from the whole.
So that's what we are trying internally. It is very hard for
Too
now
much
because
of work.
because of the migration issue only. So we tried keeping the DB inside the K-test itself and then thinking once. We tried few concepts, but still we are having migration.
Do they use like Postgres?
No, MariaDB. They do have a Postgres support, but natively out of the box is MariaDB.
But if it's Postgres, it's like comparatively easy because CNPG already supports.
But the thing is, Frappe does not support.
Yeah.
So their style of migration is not what we do. So that is the only thing we are having issue.
Then like they are like forcing us to go to cloud if you want.
Exactly. You know the point. So that's why we are building this. And yep. That's all. Okay, that's all then from my side. You can connect to me in this QR. There is a few links to it, LinkedIn, my website, my blog. I write about a few things which I think is interesting sometimes. So, yep. So I currently the one that got famous was the Frappe V15 to 16 migration, a blog I wrote. If any one of you are working in Frappe industry, do check it out. It will be really useful, and do give it a try. That's all. Thank you.
Excuse me. Did you posted everything on a repo, right? Can you share the repo?
Yes, it's here.
So that I can access and verify, and I can use this for you.
So here it is, Frappe managed, rtcam.com.
RTK. No. I want your resources, your slide to.
Yep, I will share this.
I will talk with you.
Sure. You can
After
contact
the
me in the URL I gave. Anyone has any other doubt? Thank you guys.
So thank you, Emmanuel, for your wonderful session. So everyone feels hungry? Yes or no? We'll have one more talk and then we can go for lunch. So let's introduce Shane. And he is an young mind, young talented. He's the speaker of DevCon Pune and then maintainer of FreeBSD and then Elasticsearch Chennai community organizing team. So still he's in college, so we haven't graduated yet. So he has a lot of knowledge. You can get a lot of insights from him. So yeah, he's going to talk about Anduis, which is an AI web AI firewall. Right? So yeah, please welcome him.
This is 25 minutes. So, first we talk the like. No, is this going so far? No. No, like heading. Yeah. Good morning, guys. I think it's gonna be afternoon. So today we talk is about Anonymous web AI firewall. So you don't think of it like I would put the Cloud's API in the some areas. So it's just a mechanism. So because recent days I was facing many issues upon this web content and regarding the how AI was functioning in the AI landscape. So it's like so Fazil, thank you for accepting my talk. I didn't think it gonna get accepted. So next. Yeah. So today the flow of the agenda will be like issue with bootstrapping, what is Anabus, under the hood of Anabus, and demo of Anabus. So I'll just show the screenshot because some issues over here. So I'll just show how the Anabus is working. Just a single screenshot is there. So what's your opinion about web scrapping?
Trying to read site.
Yeah, that's so. Who are the guys? Are students over here? Students. Those are professionals. You know? So okay. So next slide. So mostly web is full of collection of unstructured data. So every firm needs a different use case of collecting the data. So web is fully unstructured. So what the scrappers will do is just collect the data based upon their functionalities and the needs. So that's scrapping. So scrapping was good until the before AI. Before 2015 it was so good. Like everyone followed their rules and every restrictions they followed up and it was so good. After a certain period of time it became like a so mess over there. So okay. Daily there was a census over there. Daily 100 TBs of data was being scrapped from the network to train the models and for other use cases. So web scrapping industry is around the $13 billion industry. So $13 billion industry which has stealing data from various sources and getting the data from unnecessary of getting unknown data and stealing unknown proprietary data also. So next slide. So next slide. So web scrapping is clearly a disaster. Like until unless you for your specific need, it's okay. But extreme level of web scrapping will be so harsh because there is various incident which have which has very sensitive in certain edge cases. So what are the data will be scrapped from the web? So like any guys like what are the web data are scrapped from the web? Like any data are like they are taking from the web.
Personal information.
Personal information, yeah.
Mail, phone number,
Yeah.
location.
Yeah.
Photos to train AI model
Yeah.
for generating pictures and human faces.
So it's a fun fact. Like, have you ever thinking like any hospital data are going for the training Gemini models, any models?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is going.
Yeah.
Not only hospital, like whichever thing is copyrighted, also it is going inside.
Yeah, that's right.
Because like if you ask it to write like author, it will write like author because it knows the author's work. So it is like
Yeah. So any other ideas about that? Like, so Gemini model was trained with data which was spread by Apollo Hospital in Chennai. Yeah.
Wasn't it protected?
No.
No.
They are just selling for efficiency.
The thing is like scraping.
Yeah, they scraped. And they told you like sell the data to everyone. So Gemini is doing some great scraping things. They will go under they will scrape everything what is the internet is traveling over there. So next slide. So as you know, this Ghibli art was famous for because they stolen artwork of a man who was drawing for some couple of months. As you know, like drawing anime arts will take so much money. So they scrapped everything. They just told like we just collect the data we use for training the models. But now they are like so they collect the data and they're like abusing the art form. So web scraping is good unless like how the data was used over there. And the next is like so there was a like in older times there was a robot.txt was present which will be sitting in the root directory and it was like a function in the base of kind of a rules over there. So it was good. It was so good until and unless because still now SEO bots which are following this robot.txt but the AI bot scrappers which does not follow it. So there is a research paper about it. It will explain it very clearly because the thing is if SEO, like if the robot DXT rules was so slight and it was so friendly, the bots will follow it. If it was so strict, it won't follow it. Because these guys made the research over there. They just mentioned out the rules were so harsh. If the rules were so strict about it, you must not take the information from this side. But it will just easily bypass it because it's not following it. So the best example over is Tailwind CSS. You know about it, like they lay off like I think many of the web scrappers have been scrapped their documentation, and I think their layoff has happened over there. So their core business was like the core product was mentioned in the documentation page, but after the scrapers scrape the documents and if I use the data for training the ML models, this like it's affected some guys like because they got laid off. 80% of the employees got laid off over there. So scraping is like going some out of the hands nowadays. So next. So I just had some events in my life. That's why I just brought up this talk because some couple of months back. Next slide. So I was checking the emails. I was just going on checking emails. Or does any issue was going up in our project? So suddenly this one guy popped up and he just asked me, some model is not working properly over here, Shane. So can you fix it up? I just told him I will fix it for you and I will just push everything in the product. So later what happened, don't think it's just a fake, I just take from the Google, that actually. So afterward I just fixed the thing, I updated the make file and just pushed in the prod. So within some couple of seconds I got some another mail. It just mentioned of me, it's still not working, so you still need to repair that file. I was like, I just repeat everything, so can you send your system specification? Within some couple of minutes I got another mail. He's sending all the system information about how the user, like what the system specifications are. Next, I just set up a virtual machine. I just set up a VM like cloud instance, and I was asking him like, check it out. It's working in my machine perfectly. You know, what's the issue with you? He's like, still it's not working. Then I got suspicious. So I asked him, can we have a sync? So if we have a sync means we will have a call means I will know I can live debug your system. So within some 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I got another mail to my personal email. It is I was talking to bot for 2 weeks. Literally, I was literally got shocked after that. It was just manipulating me. It's like I actually thought I was talking to a human. After that, I just asked him, who is your user? And I just mailed to that fellow. And later I came to know he was working on some game modules. He was white coding. Some subagents was running over there. Started to crawl the web. And he started to message me. After that incident, we just deployed like this firewall over there, and it's not going smooth. So next. So as you know, like LLMs are getting better day by day. They're having their own social media, and as you know, Meta bought this. I bought this. I don't know what they're gonna get from it. Next slide, yeah. And they're having their own religion. It's created their own religion, and having scriptures from there. Like prompt is everything. Prompt will do whatever thing you want. So next slide. So and also strategy side. It really got wondered. Hey, any ML engineers over here? Like, any ML engineers? AML engineers? this site is hosting some fishy things like open fly agent discovered some. I don't know what the thing was happening over like exploit tensors. It's kind of a very fishy thing. I don't know what the thing was. So next slide. So in response to the event, I just strolled through some research papers and just found out a firewall. So next slide. Yeah, here's the main issue. So the after I got bot, like the bot was speaking to me, like after I got spawned by the bot, my system I was not able to log in some my system from any other accounts. Example is like when I was trying to log into my GitHub account, thing what happened to me is when I was entering the password, it won't log in. It was getting me some kind of this what is this? Yeah, captcha. Oh, sorry, thank you. So I was like clicking these captchas. For half an hour I was clicking the captcha. It was like still it is not okay. He was asking me, continuously asking me from I think from the browser level. But so I was typing GitHub in my in my browser, like a search engine. It is just spawning me. So next slide. So I entered the captcha. I got screwed several times. The next slide. So after I did this, I just entered a VPN. I connecting VPN. I thought every problem would solve after that, but every problem got very severe after that. Because after connecting VPN, I got like a tremendous amount of I'm not a robot things like it's showing me endless captchas. So after that, like, yeah. So I just found this repo and I started to reply in my home server. Okay, have you seen this image somewhere? Like while you're opening some. No? So Anubis was a firewall, web firewall. It was written in Go. You can write it. You can host in different environments like cloud, like Cloudflare, Docker, Kubernetes, engine, etc. Can you do? So Anubis is just a filter proxy. It will just sit between your like. Can you go next slide? Sorry. Next slide. So is this still it? No. So feature of Anubis, it won't ask you to select the traffic lights anymore. If you're hosting in your website, it won't ask you to like select what are the traffic lights are over there. It won't ask you to select like, what is the how many like crossing lanes are over there. So Anubis is like it's a function on a like, mechanism called proof of work protection. So it's just like the behavior of the behavior verification, the fingerprint history. That's how algorithm is working over there. So next slide can you. So this is a mechanism of the Anubis firewall. So Anubis firewall is between the reverse proxy and we check the three things. So basically these two things are normal for like, most of the firewalls check these two things. But I think the key thing which was stands out the Anubis firewall is proof of work TP puzzle. Because any browser or bot can easily pass these two things two verification steps, but it can't pass the third things based upon the proof of work concept. You just give the token, which will be spawned for around like 10 to 20 minutes. So based upon that, it will just verify it's a human or a bot. So can you go to the next slide? So proof of work concept is like a kind of a interesting mechanism. You have seen like brute force. What is brute force? Like anyone can tell?
Like it is the least optimistic combination. Least optimistic, like trying every combination, every ways.
Yeah. The thing is, they use brute force algorithm in a reverse manner here. Where I'll just say it clearly. So can you go to the next? So the thing is, our normal like base mechanism of the Anubis firewall is a browser will act differently, a bot will act differently. So a human system browser will act very differently. If you note out the performance metric, or you observe the performance of a browser like working on system browser, and if you check the bots which is hosted on the like agent browsers. So here, when the user enters the website, the server will send a token or kind of a puzzle. So after the token was received by the user, it's not just a token, it's kind of a puzzle. So what the puzzle will do, you kind of a brute force algorithm will work over there. In that sense, it's a like kind of like a number of numbers used ones and try-fail mechanisms. So until a certain hash is attained, the algorithm will work. So your normal browser can easily attain it because a normal browser is working on a normal user system, the desktop app, the desktop environment. but a bot is not working on it. A bot is working on a specific instance, so it will have certain amount of resource. So it can't try and fail in several times. So it can't find the required number, but a system can easily find it. So based upon that, it's the algorithm like it detects whether it's a human or a bot. So it's a very clever mechanism is working over there. So next slide. So this is initially as it was I was asking a notebook alum which is multi-submission. As you know, like I was asking, can you create a slide how to I was working on. But it replied with the thing like I'm sorry, but the project source like it will spawn a page like making sure you are not a bot. Now you can try it out. Like if you go notebook alum or ChatGPT, you're going to ask an another firewalls and like a documentation page is pasted over, it can't scrap it. So it has some very extensive use case. So next slide. So it was used in many areas, like many repositories, many projects are using Anubis firewall. So Arsenal is using in their IRC archive, FreeCAD is using, FreeBSD is using, FFmpeg is using. Many of the UNESCO is also using it. So one of the famous firewall it can will not allow bots to scrap your site. So I can give you a good example about it. So what's your opinion about Cloud Mythos? Like some past couple of days, they're doing some marketing. I doesn't know does it really exist or not.
Half of the thing is like it is kind of fake only because like they are saying something and they are saying like it is there with us. If I give it to you, it is not safe. Like we can't believe that shit.
Okay, what are others' opinion like?
Too early to form an opinion.
Okay, any others like this Cloud Mythos is doing some great job. Like so the thing is, they have published around. Before that, I was working with the FreeBSD project. So they just told us like we have found some severe errors in FreeBSD. So this error is so notorious, you can't escape. So the thing is, so the thing is, FreeBSD mainly focus upon the ZFS file system. As you guys know, like ZFS is the file system used for large volume storage. So FreeBSD and OpenBSD is mainly focusing upon OpenZFS file system. So that's a primary file system over there. So these guys are just Cloud research group that told us like we have found a bug in NFS file system. But NFS is a protocol over there. So NFS is not mainly focused on our project. So NFS is just like a side thing over there, just an option. So can you go to the next slide? So this Cloud was found a bug in version 4.4. They just found a bug. Okay, the bug was 17 years old. Already the bug was reported in our archive, in our email archive, and the bug was just 17 years old, man. They're just saying we have glorified, we have found a severe bug over there.
Yeah, if you see the day which the Mythos was released, the stock price was like peaked. They are just doing some fear mongering and doing this.
There are a few other major software as well in which they found bug.
Yeah. So the thing is, our current FreeBSD version is 15.0. So think of it like it's the whole previous version. So what the mistake our guys were did is over there, not the mistake. We used to store the whole mail archive in a in an open way. It's kind of we displayed in our sites, like a very old mails. So they scrapped our old mails regarding the bugs which are related to NFS, and they just found exploit over there. Because literally, who will use NFS if already another file system was contributed by some good guys and they made it in a good situation. So it's kind of a scandal over there. So because of web scrapping, so some guys will market in some wrong way. So Linux kernel's IRC was so secured with this Anubis because of this kind of guys was existing to it. So they will just scrap and they will just do some marketing on some garbage things over there. So do you guys have any doubts?
So I had a question on the proof of work, right? So how compute intensive the proof of work is on Anubis? The proof of work that Anubis enforces on our browsers, right? How compute intensive is it?
So
if the other place where we usually hear proof of work is on blockchains, right?
Yeah.
And specifically for Bitcoin mining, they are designed to be extremely compute intensive so that it's assured that the new block being added is solid. And it is a compute intensive process, as we know. Until a few years back, GPUs were being used. So is it that?
No, it's just 500 MB. It is a consumed 500 MB based upon the distro which you are using.
So 500 MB is the memory that.
Memory using, yeah. It's based on the distro. If you are using Ubuntu, means that's.
So is the assurance that given that 500 MB is the bottleneck resource that any AI bot would not be able to have at their helm to go through Anubis, is that the case or?
No, I think current limitations are if JavaScript disabled, like kind of some bots can like cross it because the guy who like created this firewall faced some issues. As you know, like Amazon was doing some shitty things over there because I mean, if you have some large like small kind of website or personal website, if it was hosted in AWS, they will send some anonymous traffic to you, like some unknown traffic. So the thing is, his server was bashed up because of that. So to against it, he just created this firewall. So some bots are good, some but like some other bots are like crawling the internet for honestly some other things. So yeah, have you have any other doubts? So later we just post up. Hey, can you go next slide? Ah, yeah, that's it. That's the creator of the firewall Z. Thank you guys. Scan. அது ஒரு மீன் போட்டாங்க வீட்டுல சைக்கிள் டைரி சைக்கிள் சொல்லுவோம் அது ரிசர்ச் ஆமா ரிசர்ச் அது டாரியோட பத்திரங்கள் அது ரெடிட்ல
அவன் சொல்ற மாதிரி
You support her, bro. This time, bro. Last final. This time, for sure.
கிளாட் லோ லெவல் அந்த ஐயோட சொல்லப்பா பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் டவுன் ஆச்சு
ஒரு முழுசா ஸ்கேன் பண்ணுவோம் ஒரு ரெப்போ தான் அப்புறம் அது போஸ்ட்
Guys, we have another talk which is about chaos engineering. So please stick here and watch.
Yes, monkey.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Uh, thanks for joining today at Foss event. Today, we're going to discuss about chaos engineering. So, just a brief about me before I start. I'm Mithun. I work at HID Global as a lead cloud security engineer and a DevSecOps engineer. So, I'm here to speak on the chaos engineering tool. First, let's look at the agenda that we have for today. So, we'll talk about what is chaos engineering, and we'll also see why resilience does matter. I'll maybe walk through an analogy and see how that it matters. And also, we'll go through a live demonstration. We'll have some popular open source tools. And I'll also tell some best practices, common pitfalls as well. Yeah. So before we start, just wanted to understand how many of you are already aware of chaos engineering? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. And have you used any tools for chaos engineering or just okay? Randomly. Okay. Okay. So maybe we'll have a demo and I'll also show you how that it works. It takes some time, but maybe I can quickly walk through that. Okay, so chaos engineering is something that to intentionally inject failures into your system to understand how it works during some circumstances. Like it's like even before your customers understand the problem, you're going to analyze it and you're going to show them that okay, there's some gaps here, so we'll have to fill in, right? So this is something called as chaos engineering. So it's kind of a proactive approach, I would say, instead of reactive. Once the incident occurs, then you go work and fix it. Before that, you yourself going to identify how your system works during maybe in a peak hours or if there is any resilience. You'll have to calculate all this, right, for a production. So So that's how the chaos engineering is about. So it's basically on the you testing the system, whether it's working well or how it's performing under any circumstances. So I had this I had this mock fire drill. So maybe if, we have all seen this fire drills that are there in our companies or any organization, right? So what we do during the fire drill, we we make exit through the doors and then we walk through, and we don't stand there and listen to what's happening actually, right? Instead, we go have some tea and chat with our friend. But what actually happens during the mock fire drill is they're just letting us know what should we do in case of a real fire, right? So they say where are the exit doors and how fast you have to be, and the ambulance comes in, picks up someone, goes. So these all just things that they trying to do it. So when a real fire incident occurs, they'll be a little more cautious and they know what to do. They know where the exits are and they know how to react, right? So we are just making them to understand how it is. Maybe for students here, I would compare with your mock exams, right? So if you have a mock test, you will understand where do you lag and how fast you can finish the exam, and so all these you consider, right? So similarly, you're preparing for your final exam. So similar to that, chaos engineering is also that you will know how your system performs, and you'll be aware, and it's kind of an proactive measures that you're taking, right? So let's check out the evolution of chaos engineering. And I heard from one of them here about the chaos monkey, right? So chaos monkey, before chaos monkey, back before 2008, even before chaos monkey came in. So how they used to test the system was to just shut down or just turn off the systems and see if it is performing well. That's how it was back before 2008, I would say. So after 2008, where Chaos Monkey came in, as Netflix bought this tool called Chaos Monkey, they tried to kill their VMs and they tried to understand how it performs. And that's where I got attention from all other tools and open source tools came in, and they wanted to maybe they wanted to expand their engineering. So they thought, why don't we come with some open source tools? So there were some open source tools like Gremlin, Litmus Chaos, which all came during the 2015 to 2018. And then the cloud native. So as we have switched from our locals to Kubernetes and cloud, so that's how it got more interesting for the other open source to pitch in more and to integrate with it and see how does it actually work. And observability, yeah, observability is also some of the main important thing here, because without observability, you would never know how your system performs, right? So observability is a major factor, and we also have some open source tools like Prometheus, Grafana, with which we can integrate and see how does it actually work. And the last, AI augmented, as we are in the current era of AI, we all know we can do much things with AI, right? So yeah, so that's how it is with the AI. And also I have a demo to show you on how it actually works. Maybe I can show you a Claude desktop and how I integrated with the Litmus Kiosk, and how can you directly query from your Claude desktop to Litmus Kiosk. That's how I have a short demo. And yeah, so you might ask me, we have a traditional testing, and why does a chaos engineering comes in, and what's different? What's something different from the traditional testing to chaos testing, right? So maybe I'll take another analogy here to compare. So traditional testing is like making a batsman play in a net practice. So the batsman would know how the pitch is during the net practice, and he would also know there's no pressure, there's absolutely no pressure, he can play freely, right? But the same batsman, if you put him under the World Cup final, he'll have lot many pressure, the crowd cheering, the scoreboard pressure, right? So he has so much pressure. So traditional testing is that to understand if the batsman can play well. That's how we do in traditional testing. But the chaos engineering is something that we are going to check if the batsman can handle pressure and survive, right? So that's the difference between the traditional testing with the chaos engineering. I don't want to go by definition, so I thought I'll give you an analogy to make you even more understand on what is the difference between the chaos and the traditional testing. So yeah, I have a live walkthrough. I would maybe give just give me a second. I think it got disconnected. Just give me a second. I have to disconnect for a while so that I can enter the password.
lost the internet connection. Yeah. What is the username and password? Share some. Is it connected? Okay, so this is the tool that we have. Yeah. Okay, so this is the litmus kiosk tool that we have for kiosk. And there are not many tools, but I choose litmus kiosk. And so in litmus kiosk, if you see, you can create experiments, you create probes. I had already created one, and maybe I'll quickly walk through the experiment that we have. So we have something called as resilience probe. So resilience probe is something for testing. So I'll edit this and I'll show you what all configuration that you need to add on here. So for example, you have to add on like how much timeout you want and the interval, the attempt that you're going to probe. And also you'll have to go and give the endpoint. So for this, I have an application that is running. This kind of an just an open source code I have downloaded, and this is something like an e-card website. So this has almost like 12 microservices, and it's kind of a real application, I would say. And so I have integrated the application with our Litmus kiosk, and this is the load balancer URL that I have. So I'm setting up this probe, and once you set up this probe, you have the chaos experiment. So you'll have to create the chaos experiment. So I will let you know like what all steps that are required. So for creating a chaos experiment, right? So you might have different things like you have deployment and you have several namespaces, right? So you have to target particular namespace and see how that it responds, right? So for that, we're going to target our namespace called as online boutique, and this is going to be front end. So we're going to target the front end alone and see how does it perform, right? And the rest of the things the probe which we created earlier, that should be added here. So it goes and hits the particular load balance, right? So this is the configuration, and so what I thought is to kill a pod and see how that it reacts, right? But killing a pod might take some time. So to execute this, it might take 5 minutes, and come back again, it takes 5 minutes. So since we have a short time, what I did, I can show you directly in this. So I had did something, right. So this is the deployment that we have for the online verdict, and you see that we have the front end, and that is with 1/1, right. So yeah, before that, I would maybe go to this chaos experiment, and I'll show you here. So I have ran several tests here, and as you could see, a few of them failed and few of them passed. So any thoughts on why it is failed and why it is passed? Any thoughts from anyone?
The resilient probe failed.
Okay, because of what?
Because of the pod type, and there were no other pods to balance or like
That's right.
distribute the traffic to the other.
That's right, yeah. What should do?
Is it charging?
So while we speak about chaos engineering, this kind of chaos happens in the demo. So while it gets connected, right, I just wanted to hear if you have any question, thoughts. Yeah. Yeah.
If it's Kubernetes, then what it's meant to. At least we'll have like 2 replicas, I assume.
Yeah.
And it's going to balance the load. So like, what are the ideal things that to test? Because Kubernetes, it's like different. It's not just like a simple easy switch that you shut down or like plug out the internet or something.
Right. So
how do you approach?
So you have the Kubernetes, right? So and if the replicas are set to 1, then it's not a good recipe. Maybe for a pod, but if you have a node, if you have multiple nodes, then that's fine. But if a single node, that's again a problem. We are going to test all these scenarios and see how that it works in the real production. So before even your customers notice and say your application is down, we are going like proactively and think what else can we do in our environment to make our application live all the time. That's something that we are going to check. So any other questions while I connect from anyone?
So I have a doubt.
Yeah.
So chaos engineering, like export metrics. Export metrics.
Oh, it exports metric. What metric? What kind of metrics?
Like pod is failing, pod is not restart. That kind of metrics.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It does.
So what happened that metrics exported is problem. So when it comes to production.
Okay, so you have different tools for metric exportation. So for Litmus Chaos, it itself has its own capability to do that. But if you think that it's not working well, you can also integrate few other open source tools. Again, like any other thing like Prometheus, you can have exporters to probe and then send it to somewhere like Grafana to testing. So that can also be done here. Sorry for that. Connected. Yeah, just connecting here. Okay. Right? Yeah. So we are discussing about this checks, right? So we see some of the checks that have been passed, some didn't pass. So if you go here and if you see, this is what I did before. So I have created a deployment with online boutique, and I had only one pod that was running, right? So there was no replica. So obviously, when we did the chaos testing, what happened was it went and it installed a pod and it killed that pod. So during that time, there was some time where it got timed out. So if I go here, if I click on this, and if you go to the pro, so it shows that there was a timeout, right? So it happened because we were one pod and that got killed, and during that time there was nothing else to do, so it got timed out. But if you could see the other test that we performed, right? So then what I did was to scale it up. I have changed the replica set I have set it to 3. It's always a good strategy to go the even numbers, right? So the odd numbers, right, instead of the even numbers. So I have scaled it to 3. So if you see, it started scaling and now it's got scaled up. And once it got scaled up, I tried to run the experiment again and it got succeeded, right? So you can also see the score here. Previous it was 0 and now it's 100%. So meaning that it's all working fine. It's not only about killing a pod and just testing it, but you have other things which we can do. There are a lot many things that you can do. So if you can also write your own template, that is also possible. So you have a lot many things that you can do with the chaos engineering. So yeah, this is one such experiment that I have. And the other thing that I wanted to cover in this is I have I connected this to a cloud desktop. Okay? So I have kind of an MCP server. With MCP server I have connected. Any one of you have already worked with MCPs? Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of hands. So I guess you are already aware of it, right? So I can directly give a prompt here and check what's actually happening. So if I say list all my chaos experiments. So what it does is it goes to the tool, it connects to the tool, and it then fetches the information from in there. So as you can see, we have one experiment, and that experiment detail is Foss demo, and it gets in all the information. And if I ask like how many run does it have? So we had 9 over there, so it brings those data, and so it shows here. It should show that we have 9 runs. Okay, it shows 9 runs in total, and these are the things, and you have the resilience score as well. So if I wanted to again check on what happened in 5 and what happened, because we see there's a probe failure in 5 and it's completed in 6, right? So if you wanted to know the difference, you can again give a prompt. I can ask what's the difference between 5 and 6. So it goes and it checks and it tells us what happened in 5 and what happened in 6. It gives us more information that, yeah, so the 5, it failed. There was a probe failure and the pod delete, but yeah, it did not pass, and in 6 it got completed, right? So if you wanted to get more context, again, you can give more prompts, and this is how you can also get more information on what happened to our experiment. So this is something that an MCP server that I have configured and through which it is getting interacted. Yeah. So and coming back to our slide, right? Yeah. So I have 2 more slides to cover. So these are the open source tools that we have. Like we have the Litmus Kiosk, and we have the Gremlin. What we saw is Litmus Kiosk. We have Gremlin. We also have other tools like this as an open source tool. And the best practices and pitfalls in chaos engineering, I would say start small, scale gradually, like a baby crawl, walk, run, right? So you'll have to start small. Don't directly do it in production. See what happens. And define clear hypothesis. So you wanted to know, you should always have an idea, like if service A failed, then service B should be there to come up, right? So you should always have that in mind. And limit the blast radius, as we have seen in the demo, we have just targeted our front end. So we'll have to limit the radius, and then you'll have to target that particular radius, so you'll get a better picture on what's happening. And again, monitor everything. That's the key. So when you monitor, you know how your system behaves, and you can make more improvement, right? And automate and integrate. Yes, you can automate with your CI/CDs, and with a pipeline, you know how it works. And run during business hours. I would always suggest maybe you run during business hours, because you have people around. So if any issues comes in, you have people around, and you can go pitch in, and they can be there to help you out if anything goes wrong. And the major pitfalls, maybe the opposite of the best practices. So the testing without observability, you'll not know anything. And running experiments in production too early, don't directly dump to the production. Instead, run it in a non-prod. And you should always have some rollback plan, right? So that's know about conditions or safeguards. Break everything randomly. So don't just go break everything randomly. You set some targets, you set a defined plan, and then work on that. And ignoring learnings. So you'll have to document everything so that you'll have an idea and rerun the experiment. That would be a help for you, right? So yeah, these are the best practices and pitfalls in the chaos engineering. And yeah, so that's it I have for today. And maybe if you have any questions, I can take it up.
So,
if you want. Yeah.
how far this FMEA
failure mode error analysis is important for chaos engineering.
So what kind of, say, if you, that's a broader term if you say FMEA. So maybe what kind of failure mode?
Let's say I have 50 services in production.
Okay.
How do I start chaos engineering for those services to be
Okay. So
resilient, right? So
okay.
I have to do some analysis,
Yeah.
but then I have to document something, which means I need to know what our scenarios are before I go into the
So you have multiple microservices. I understand. From your first, you have to look into the architecture and see how that is placed. So you have multiple microservices that are running. So as I said, you'll have to target respective microservices and see how resilient it is. So when you target that particular respective the resilient particular pod, you'll also have a score in here. So that tells you maybe it's 50% or 60% or 100%. Based on that, you can try to improve your applications. That's how you can just integrate and then. So it's just a pod that will run. Again, if you run the litmus, it's also a pod which will do these actions. So yeah, that's how it works.
How about the stateful set? If it's a pod deployment, it's fine. When it comes to stateful set, it will be a downtime. So mostly if one pod is running, it's not like rolling restart. It will be terminating and coming
Restart. Yes,
so
right.
in case how?
But how about you have it in like a daemon? Right? If you have it in a different node, that would also be there, right? So that's how it picks up.
Okay, but downtime will be there, right?
Downtime, no, downtime would not be there 100%. I would say.
Depends on how you do that, right?
Right.
If it's just a Postgres 3 instance stateful set, obviously if the first one goes down, the second is like appointed as the master one.
Correct.
So
In that
there
case,
won't
that's
be.
fine.
Yeah, it depends on how the application is architected.
You set up the architecture. It's basically built on the architecture.
Consider Prometheus, we are running only one Prometheus. If it's a RabbitMQ, it's only one part. So in that case, this scenario is not applicable.
That's a pure downtime.
You're asking something?
No, I just said it's just a pure downtime, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Single point of
Depends again case to case, but predominantly we focus on the critical applications. And yeah, monitoring is also something important, but yeah, predominantly on the application side. Any other questions? Yeah.
In our organization, we don't use Kubernetes.
Sorry, can you?
In our organization, we don't use Kubernetes.
Okay.
We use VM-based deployment.
Okay.
Systemd service. How does it work?
Yeah, it also works for. It's not only for the Kubernetes. It also works for your VMs. You can integrate this into your VM. I mean, Litmus Kiosk, yes, you can do, and there are other tools that also can get integrated your VM. It's not specific for Kubernetes. Yeah, it works for all.
I think chaos monkey.
I haven't worked on Chaos Monkey, but I hope it will. Okay. Yeah.
Why did you mention that we should have a replica count in an odd number? Is there any reason?
Okay. So there's always a good practice, I would say. There are several good practices, and this also is something I practice.
No. Actually, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, because one gets killed, right? You have two more to bring it up. So if it's an odd number, if more than an even number, odd number suit well, I think.
No.
According to the architectures.
There's like one more detailed thing. So there is something called voting happens on like distributed systems. If there's like 3 pods, either 2 of them need to decide who will be the next master.
That
right?
comes in the master slave, right? This is not the master slave. Pod will be
Here it's not. Here it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It can
This is
Pod
just a
has to
pod,
matter.
yes.
But like we usually follow that, so we don't. And even if we follow that, but that's not a necessity in
Yeah, that's
Kubernetes
not an
or like stateless application.
yeah post rule, but it's a good practice. I'd say. Any other questions, thoughts, or any suggestions or thoughts that you have? I guess you're maybe aware of chaos engineering tool now, and maybe you try to work on and see how it actually works, right? Yeah, that's
Even without chaos, monkey, our production is
it's always there in all the organizations. Right. Okay. If nothing else, I'll wrap up for today's session, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the first session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
have access
Up to
first to
the afternoon.
Yeah, it's that's the access.
நல்லா இருந்துச்சு.
Most of the companies can't be used.
Might be. I've never.
Okay.
Now.
பண்ணிக்கலாம் பண்ணீங்களே சரி
நாங்க next week.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட் முடிஞ்சு ஜாயின் பண்ணுறது இந்த அளவுக்கு நாம ப்ரொவைட் எனக்கு சொல்லி
பரதநாட்டியம் போஸ்ட்லாம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டேன்.
we all started
Everything like hypervisor, VM, Kubernetes.
டாபிக் இருக்குடா, அதை நான் அட்டென்ட் பண்ண போறேன். இந்த வேணா போகும். ஏய் சச்சின் சச்சின், அவங்களோட ஹர்ஷினி இந்த பேக் இங்கேயே இருக்கு, வேணா வந்து எடுத்துன்னு போக சொல்லு.
நமக்கு பிடிக்கல.
அப்புறம் தான் கூட்டம் வரும் டீச்சர் ஆடிட்டோரியம் இருக்கனால கூட்டம் கம்மியாட்டு
தங்கச்சி தான் பஞ்சாயத்து பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா, போட்டு போய் படுத்துருப்பேன். தூக்கம் வரல, எனக்கு தெரியல. நீங்க வர மாட்டேங்க, அதுலயே தூக்கம் வரும்.
கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இருந்து வரீங்களா? குன்னேரி லேப் சில்ட்ரன்ஸ்
ரிசர்ச் பார்க்ல இருந்திருக்கேன்.
ஒர்க் பண்றீங்களா?
இல்ல ஒர்க் பண்ண அவங்க அபிராமி மகேஷ் ஒர்க் பண்றீங்களா? ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்?
நான் ஒர்க் பண்றேன், பிசினஸ் ரன் பண்றேன்.
நீ ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கூட?
ட்ராப்
ரெண்டு பேருமே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்.
படிச்சு முடிச்சிட்டாங்க, நான் படிக்காம முடிச்சிட்டேன்.
ஹலோ,
பிசினஸ்
எந்த காலேஜ்?
ஐஐடில பிகாம்.
ஓகே,
இப்போ எம்பிஏ ஜாயின்.
எந்த காலேஜ் படிச்சீங்க? நீ ஒன்றும் பண்ணல தானே? என்ன பிஸ்னஸ்?
மகாதான் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ்.
ஓகே,
ஈக்விட்டி அண்ட் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ், ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் இங்கெல்லாம் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? பேசிக்லி இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ்.
ஓகே,
அது மாதிரி.
நீங்க பிட்ச் பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா ஸ்டார்ட் அப்?
இல்லை, நான் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன். ஃபாஸ்ட் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் வந்திருக்கீங்களா?
ஃபாஸ்ட் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நான் வந்ததில்லை. பட் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ்ல நான் ஆக்சுவலி பேங்க்
ஓகே, நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்க?
ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
நீங்க ஒர்க் பண்றீங்களா? என்ன ஒர்க் பண்றீங்க?
ஃபோன் செக்ஷன்ஸ் கம்பெனி, அதுவும் ஃபின்டெக்.
உங்களுக்கு நவநீதன்லாம் தெரியுமா இல்ல? தெரியும்.
ஏஐ கோயம்புத்தூர் ரொம்ப வருஷமா ஐ பீன் பார்ட் ஆஃப் தி
இருக்கும்போதே
டிஎஃப்யூஜி, அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏஐ கோயம்புத்தூர், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏஐ தமிழ்நாடு. ஏன்னா நான் தமிழ் பாம் ஸ்கிரிப்சர்ஸ் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணிருக்கேன். ஸோ கொஞ்சமாக
அதான் முன்னேறி லேப்ஸ் பார்த்த உடனே தான் பார்த்தேன்.
நீங்கள் ஏஐ கோயம்புத்தூர் மெம்பரா கனெக்டடா?
இன்னும் நவநீதன்
ஓ, ஃபாஸ் ஆர்கனைஸ். ஓகே,
அந்த பேக்கையும் அந்த
அவங்க ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ்லாம் மென்ஷன் பண்றாங்க. ஆக்ல
புரியுதா இல்லையா?
அது
வைஃபை டீடைல் தெரியும்.
ஞாபகம்
வேலை செய்ய
அந்த சோறு முடியும், என் கையும் முடியும்.
ட்ரை பண்ண ஒர்க் ஆகல.
இப்படி சிரிச்சுக்கிட்டே இரு, அது உண்மையா ஆகும் பாரு.
சத்தியமா சொல்றேன், உனக்கு அறிவு இருக்கா?
இல்ல,
ஏய் அவனுக்கு டேமேஜ், நீயும் டேமேஜ் பண்ணிக்கிறேன், மாட்டேன் டேமேஜ் பண்றேன்.
உங்க லிங்க்
ஈவென்ட் ரன் ஈவென்ட் என்ஜாய் பண்ணிட்டு போயா?
நல்லா பண்ண மாட்டான், மற்றவங்கள என்ஜாய் பண்ண மாட்டான்.
கொடுப்பா தம்பி.
என் கூட வரையா? நம்ம கூட வரான்ட்டான். போலாம்.
அவன் சொன்னது ஊட்டுக்கிட்டான்.
போடலாமான்னு கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன் சார் கிட்ட. சார் வந்து நீங்க கணக்குல தான் போகலாம் அப்படின்னு.
அப்படியா? யாருமே தெரியாம
ரொம்ப முன்னாடி கனெக்ட் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க போல, அதனால தெரியாம கனெக்ட்.
இல்ல தெரியல. நான்
இல்ல,
வந்து
ரொம்ப முன்னாடி
காலேஜ்ல
connect
இருந்தபோது நிறைய ஈவென்ட்ஸ் அட்டெண்ட்
அதனால
பண்ணேன்.
ரொம்ப முன்னாடி கனெக்ட் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க. இப்பதான் நான் வந்து மெயில் இருந்தா மட்டும் தான் கனெக்ட் பண்ண முடியும் செட் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
ஓகே ஓகே.
முன்னாடி எல்லாம் அப்படி கிடையாது, யாரும் connect பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
இந்த ஓப்பன் ஹார்ட்வேர் நான் கொடுத்துருவேன் ஹார்ட்வேர்.
இல்ல ப்ராபபிலி ஏதாவது ஜிடிஜி ஈவென்ட்ல
ஆமா நான் ஜிடிஜி.
ஓகே. நான் நிறைய ஜிடிஜி ஈவென்ட்ஸ் காலேஜ்ல இருந்தபோது.
அப்போ ஆப்வியஸா கூட ஒரு 2-3 ஆர்கனைசேஷன் இருக்காங்க. ப்ரோமோ
ரிஷிராஜ் தெரியும். எனக்கு அவங்க பெங்களூர் தான்.
நம்பர் இருக்கு நான் வச்சிருக்கேன் லைப்ரரி.
ரிஷி
அவங்களுக்கு நான் இது சொல்றேன். பைத்தன் தான் ரன் பண்ணி பாக்குறீங்களா?
ஆமா நான் மீட் பண்ணேன். என்டர்பிரைஸ் இல்ல அங்க என்டர்பிரைஸ் சமிட் நடந்தது. அப்போ ஒரு பூத்ல அவங்க மீட் பண்ணேன்.
அவங்க டெவலப் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் போறது. ரிஷி இருந்துச்சு
போட சொன்னா எவனோ
எனக்கு தெரியாது. என்னோட வேலை கொடுக்காம அனுப்புறான் அப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்டு போறான்.
சரி நீங்க பாருங்க.
ஜஸ்டின் பெனிட்டோ
கிங்ஸ்மேன் சாங்
எங்க விட்டு பண்ணிட்டோம்
பேசிட்டு இருந்த போது நான் ஜிடிஜில டாக் கொடுத்திருக்கேன். ஸோ அப்போ தெரியாது.
சென்னையில டாப் எப்போ
ஒரு 2023 கிட்ட.
எந்த ஈவென்ட்? டபிள்யூ டீமா ஜிடிஜியா?
ஐ திங்க் டபிள்யூ டீம். இல்ல ரெண்டு பேரும் கொலாப் பண்ணாங்க.
இல்ல எப்பவுமே ரெண்டு பேரும் கொலாப் பண்ணி தான் போகும். டபிள்யூ டீம்னா நிறைய ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஜிடிஜில இருந்து வர மாட்டாங்க. ஹேமபிரியா திவ்யா அவங்களே ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுவாங்க.
அப்பதான் ஷிராஜி ஹேமபிரியா
பேன் கண்ட்ரோல்
அப்பெல்லாம் நான் தான் டிசைன் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன் டபிள்யூ டீம். இடிச்சின்னா கண்டிப்பா பார்த்துருப்பேன். டபிள்யூ டீம் ஈவென்ட்னால வந்திருப்பேன். நடுவில் ஆமா கேர்ள்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பாய்ஸ் எல்லாரும்
யூவி ஆல்ரெடி
நாங்கெல்லாம் ஒன்று பண்ணி
சொல்றேன். நான் கமெண்ட் என்ன சொல்றேன்
ஈவென்ட்ல இந்த அண்டர் ப்ரிவிலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் டபிள்யூ டீம்ல இருந்து போயிட்டு கிளாஸ் எடுத்தோம். அப்பெல்லாம் பாய்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க. அப்புறம் எல்லாரையும் ரிமூவ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
இப்போ என்ன போயிட்டு இருக்கு? லைக்
அவங்க பாய்ஸ்
அப்படி இல்ல எந்த கம்யூனிட்டி வந்து ரொம்ப வைரலா போயிட்டு இருக்கு. அதிகமா
நம்ம ஃபில்டர் போகுது.
இப்போ இன்ஸ்டால்
D3 போகுது.
ஓகே
சாங்
இந்த D3 இல்ல டிஜிட்டல் ட்ரீமர்ஸ் இட்ஸ் ஜஸ்ட் ஜெனரிக் கம்யூனிட்டி. எல்லா டெக்கும் பண்ணுவாங்க. D3 community.in சொல்லுங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வெரி நைஸ்
ஆர்எச்சி டேப்
வீக்லி ஒன்ஸ் வந்து ஜஸ்ட் ஆல் டெவலப்பர்ஸ் பில்ட் சம்திங் அண்ட் பப்ளிஷ் சம்திங்.
ஐ திங்க் இவங்க ஒரு வாட்டி ஹேக்கத்தான் ஸ்பான்சர்
ஸ்பான்சர் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அந்த சேனலா நல்ல கம்யூனிட்டிஸ் இவங்களுக்கு தான் ஸ்பான்சர் வரணும். இவங்க ஸ்பான்சர் பண்ணுவாங்க. இந்த கம்யூனிட்டிஸ்லாம் இப்போ ரெகுலரா இப்போ தமிழ்நாடு.டெக்னு ஒரு வெப்சைட்.
நான் அது பார்த்திருக்கேன்.
அதுல போனீங்கனாலே அந்த கம்யூனிட்டிஸ்லாம்
ப்ரமோஷன் பண்றாரு.
கேமியோனால எல்லா ஈவென்ட்ஸும் வந்துருக்குன்னு கேமியோ யாராச்சும் என்னென்ன ஈவென்ட்ஸ் நடக்குதுன்னு கேட்டாங்கன்னா தமிழ்நாடு.டெக் பார்த்துக்கலாம். அது எல்லா கம்யூனிட்டி ஈவென்ட்ஸும் அதில் மாசம் யூ ஷுட்டா
You are the genius.
பெங்களூருக்கும் ஒன்று கிரியேட் பண்ணோம். பட் அது யாரும் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணல. அதனால
You are the genius.
No one is maintaining it. தமிழ்நாடு.டெக் people maintain பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. If you are interested, then Bangalore.today வந்து you can take and continue.
Yeah, for sure. Very interesting. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்க்கறேன்.
பட் இப்போதைக்கு அது டெக் மட்டும் இல்ல, எல்லாமே வரும். அதை அப்படியே ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணி கூட நீங்க வெறும் டெக் மட்டும் கூட செக் பண்ணலாம்.
ஓகே. மோஸ்ட்லி இந்த லூமா event அது மேஜராக
இது ஈவெண்ட்லாம் மேனேஜ் பண்ண முடியாது இல்லை வெறும் டேரக்டரி மட்டும் தான் ஈவெண்ட் நடக்குது அங்கே கிளிக் பண்ணால் அவங்களோட டைட்டில் வாங்க
ஓகே
ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகியிருக்கணும்
எங்க ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகலையே
ஆனால் இதில் வருது ஈவெண்ட்லாம்
அதான் இது இப்போ ஆட்டோமேட் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்காங்க ஒரு சிங்க் வச்சு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் வந்துட்டே தான்
ஸ்க்ரேப் பண்ணி அது ஏதாவது எடுத்துட்டு
ஸ்க்ரேப் தான் ஒரு டிபி யூஸ் பண்ணி ஸ்க்ரேப் பண்ணிருக்காங்க ஆட்டோமேட் பண்ணி யாரும் அதை மேனுவலாக ஆட் பண்ணுறது இல்லை இதை அப்படியே காப்பி பண்ணி டெக்குக்கு மட்டும் கிரியேட் பண்ணாலே போதும் கைடா என்னடா இது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம்ல இது அந்த மாதிரி
கொஞ்சம் ஸ்டைல் ரெடி பண்ண
இது RPM I mean 10 ஆமா சோ பேசிக்கலி ஆப்பிளோட கர்வ் எப்படின்னா மெட்டல்ல வந்து 30 ஃபீட் ஆகும் அதான் ஃபேன்சி ஸோ நம்ம என்ன இப்போ போஸ்ட் பண்ணோம் ஆப்பிளோட ஃபேன்சி ஸ்பீட் கர்வ் இருந்தா நம்ம ஒரு தனியாக அது ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணி ஃபேன்சி ஸ்பீட்
எடுத்தோம் நானும் ஜஸ்ட் எல்லாம் போயிட்டு இன்டர்வியூஸ் மாதிரி எடுத்தோம்
இதில் இப்போ சீரோ ஹீட் ஆகும்
230 தான்
ஓ ஆமா 130 தானே இவங்க
போகிறதுக்கு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும் அதுதான் எனக்கு பிரச்சனை
எப்படி 2 மணிக்கு அவங்களுக்கு போட்டேன்
இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணி கிடையாது
அந்த ஹாலுக்கு பெரிய ஹாலுக்கு
ப்ரீமியிலே இருக்கும் அது இது மட்டும் கேட்கும் பாஸ்வேர்ட் மட்டும் கேட்கும் உங்க ஆப்பிள் டிவைஸ் பாஸ்வேர்ட் ஆப்பிள் அக்கௌண்ட் பாஸ்வேர்ட்ல டிவைஸ் பாஸ்வேர்ட் மட்டும் போட்டு சூடோ ஆக்சஸ் கொடுக்கும்
டாக் கொடுக்குறீங்களா
அவங்க ஏதோ டாக் நடத்தாங்க அது போய்
பில்டிங் code.fix சொல்லிட்டு இமேஜ் எப்படி ஒரு ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் எப்படி பில்ட் பண்ணலாம்
அதே தேவையில்ல டாக் நடக்கும்
நமக்கு 20 minutes அங்கே போய் உட்காரலாம்
அதுக்கப்புறம் பிளேஸ் போயிடும் போயிடுச்சுன்னா எனக்கு
சரி
சரி ஞாபகம் வச்சு
கொஞ்சம் ஒர்க் இருக்கு
ஊரில் அதான் கேட்டேன் போக முடியுமா
ஏன்னா அதுதான் அருள்
பார்த்துட்டு சொல்கிறேன்.
வர்றது நல்லது.
சரிண்ணா.
பின்னாடியா வந்துட்டோம்.
இல்லை மதுரை தான்.
நல்ல பண்ணோம். நல்லமா.
உட்காரு. மரியாதை இல்லாதவங்க கிட்ட நீ ஏன் போய் மரியாதை ஆசைப்படுற?
மாட்டுன்னு சொன்னேன். ஃப்ரெண்டு கிட்ட கொடுத்த லேப்டாப்னு சொன்னேன்ல.
அதுக்கப்புறம் தெரியும்.
எனக்கு தெரியாதுன்னா நீ அதுக்கு வரல. என்னது
இது வேற புக் மார்க்ஸ். புக் மார்க்ஸ் ஆல்ரெடி எனக்கு ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணுறோம்.
வளர்த்துதுடா
இங்க இருந்து சர்ச்
நான் வந்து வாலண்டியர் பண்ணேன். எப்படி இருக்கணும் இவங்க கம்யூனிட்டில இருக்கல.
இங்க இருக்கு பாரு.
இந்தியா இவங்க வந்து இது இமெயில் பண்ணா இது எடுத்து நீ அதை லிங்க்டின்ல ஃபாலோ பண்ணிக்க முடியாது. அவங்க நம்பரு அவங்க இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்லாம் என்னன்னு தெரியல. ஆனால்
எங்க தெரியுமா இருக்கு பாலம் இருக்குல்ல அப்படியே ஆப்போசிட் இருக்கு எல்லாம் மறைஞ்சிருச்சு மேல கட்டை போட்டு கட்டில வந்து இருந்து போட்டோ
டீப் சீக் அடிக்கிறாங்கடா. டீப் சீக் பண்றான்.
ஒரே
பஸ் இருக்குல்ல.
ராக்கி மட்டும் சொல்றேன்
இப்படி வாங்கினதுனால தானே எங்க அப்பாவுக்கு அப்பா போட்டு வந்தது என் பேர் போட்டோ ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கான் பேர் பாடக்கூடாது போஸ்ட் ஆர்டிஓ ஆஃபீஸ்ல அங்கேயே நீ வராதான்
கரண்ட் இருந்தா நீ அவனுக்கு வேலையை கொண்டு சொல்லிட்டேன்
வேலை செய்ய முடியாது. அந்த ரெப்போ ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணி
போட்டிருப்பாங்க என்னென்ன ஸ்டெப் பண்ணி டாக்குமெண்டேஷன்ல இருக்கும்
நான் வந்து
ட்ராக் பண்ணிக்கலாம் சீக்கிரம் கண்டிப்பாக இருப்பானுங்க பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம கிட்ட ஆக்ஷன்ஸ்
we are in the second half of the day. It's still not completed. So we are next talk. How many of you guys like building games? Like for fun, projects. Whenever you start projects, right? Whenever you're trying to learn something, you do this basic project, right? How many of you guys want to build games, and how many of you guys have done that? Like they just build games and let's try out. Okay, yeah. So one kind of thing for me, closest thing for me was when I got introduced to Flutter. You guys know Flutter, right? Do you guys know Flutter? Yeah. Okay. So when I got introduced to Flutter, I built a game to understand how to work with it. Like, why is it different from Kotlin and everything? To understand, I started developing a small game, basic XOXO game only, but I still wanted to understand. Then that game turned into this, from tic-tac-toe, it was this Force. Do you know this Force, the four coins have to beat? Yeah, that game. So that helped me learn a lot more. The ideology behind it and why is it that way and everything. So Sanjeevi, a senior software developer from JP Morgan. Yeah, JP Morgan. He's here to help you guys build games as well. Probably demoing a game, quick game.
I plan for it.
Yes. So I'm not gonna take much more of his content or anything. Please give a big round of applause.
Thanks for the awesome introduction. So I guess most of the things which we had covered, like we started getting started questions, right? Like how many of you have ever built games? Even I planned of asking the same question, but no worries, you asked it. So when you ask like how many of you have ever used Flutter or got to know about Flutter, have any idea about Flutter, like I could see like only few people raise their hands. So this session is purely meant for people who have basic idea of Flutter. So it's not basic; it's an intermediate level of Flutter. So I won't be speaking much about Flutter. Rather, I'll be like, telling you how you can build games using Flutter with a framework called Nakama. Maybe I'll wait for a couple of minutes to get the slides screen. So, have anyone built any games and tried to deploy it someplace? Like what was the game was all about?
One is based on conspiracy theory, like Loom content.
So it's like a card-based game.
No, it's a story-based game
Okay,
using Go.NET.
Okay.
And another is Roblox game.
Okay, which framework or game engine have you used?
First one is Godot.
Okay, Godot.
Second one is Roblox Studio.
Okay. Have anyone else built any games? What was
Built a Lunar Lander game, basically landing a rocket on the moon.
Moon, okay.
So
which framework you used?
I built it entirely using C++.
Okay, that's nice. You use the rendering engine.
Yes, exactly. I built it everything using C++.
Great. So how many of you said like you built a rocket landing game using entirely C++, right? How many of you are aware that we can do the same thing using Python or any other language? So even with Python, there's a popular open source game framework called Pygame. So we can use that to build awesome games. So ultimately, like each and every language or framework allows you to build games. So yeah, the host actually said a wonderful point. So like whenever you wanted to get used to any particular framework or a language, building games will give you a better idea about like thinking the creativity knowledge and the logical skills of how you can achieve certain aspects. So like if you want to learn anything, even it's going to be web development or mobile development, try building some smaller games like either tic-tac-toe or an XOX or an RPG style story-based game. So that's when boost your creativity thinking skills so that you can learn more about the particular language or the framework that you're going to work with. Okay. So quick. Okay, so quick intro for me. So I work as a senior software engineer at JPMC. So I build apps, small games with Flutter and other tools during my free time. So I'll also put one more disclaimer that the talk which I'm going to cover is not related to my work stuff. So I don't use Flutter in my work. Okay, so I'm doing Flutter and all the other things at my personal space. Because this is a disclaimer that I need to specify because JPMC is an enterprise company which is not allowed me to do any talks. So that's the reason I wanted to give a disclaimer.
and I've published many applications on Play Store and App Store and even F-Droid. Since it's a Foss event, I mentioned only F-Droid, so I do have applications across Play Store and App Store, and I also contribute to few of the open source projects. So my core expertise lies on the backend. So that's the reason I wanted to give you an idea of how we can connect Nakama, an open source social game engine framework with Flutter. Okay. So the agenda or the goal for today is be like we won't be building a multiplayer game together, but I'll be like showing you the examples because we don't have much time to take this as a workshop. So we'll explore how we can build a multiplayer game, and we also do a small demo of like maybe 5 people can join a single room server, and then we'll do a demo of the game, and we'll explore like a basic understanding of how we can integrate Flutter with the game, learn about Nakama, pros and cons, and the deployment part. So I'll be like covering more about the deployment part, how you can host self-host Nakama, because Nakama is an open source engine. They have open source only their core engine, and they not open source the deployment part. So which means they have self-host. They do give us a way we can self-host it by ourselves, or if you want to use a free managed service, it's a charge at a very higher price. So it's better to self-host by ourselves. So I skipped the previous slide. So why Flutter for games? So can use Flutter for games because of multiple factors. One of the few factors is that Flutter comes with a powerful rendering engine. So rendering engine is the main thing which allows you to render or display anything on the screen. So Flutter, comparatively, like if we talk about Flutter with React Native allows you to draw by element to element, whereas Flutter it gives you a full
யூஸ் பண்ணல
platform. So I deployed this on a Excel. So it involves a pretty much big stack. So the code I written in Flutter. So I committed
Front-end code.
The front-end code is on Flutter, and then if I do a commit, it goes to GitHub Actions. So GitHub Action runs two parts. So it deploys a server. I actually have two repos. One is for the front-end repo, one is for the back-end repo. So back-end repo is written in Python for managing like room codes and then giving the words, all those things are there. So both gets to a CI which I use for GitHub Action. It builds there, and then the front-end pushes to a vessel. And for the DNS, I used Cloudflare to get the DNS cloud mapping, and for the Nakama server, I used Linode. And for getting securely connected to it, I used SSH proxy, and then there are so many network stacks which are involved in this project.
The tech stack is actually
Complicated. Like we use Docker.
We want to use Docker, right? And from framework we are using it.
Language perspective, Dart and Python. Dart. For Flutter, use Dart, and for backend, it's Python.
Okay.
I'm looking for like people who can contribute this project so that we can learn still pretty of bugs on this. The GitHub link, so it's landscape. It's a private layer, but I'll change it to public. I made it for some reason. I kept it as private because the server which I hosted is contains lots of API keys out there, so I need to remove it. So that's the reason. Maybe I'll make it public sometime. Okay.
I have a question. Like game data is for finite amount of time or
This data, the server data. No, it gets deleted after a certain number of time. Maybe not certain number of time. Once the session connection gets disconnected, the Nakama will load it for like certain time and then it gets deleted.
Is there any way to do that?
We can do that. That's the reason. Like you need to create your own Go module method, and then you need to link it to the Nakama server, so that you can do all those things on your side. Or what you can do is like you get the message in your front end, right? From there you capture it and then send it to your own server and then do the processing over there. But that's a difficult part. So the best part is to do it in the Nakama server itself, so where you need to write few modifications in Golang and then you need to redeploy the server. Thanks.
So connect பண்ணிட்டு வச்சு
மீட் திச்சில விட்டாரா
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுறேன் ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுறேன்
இஷ்டத்துக்கு ஆடிட்டு இருக்கு. இங்கேருந்து பேசுறது ஓகே வேணும் ஆடியோ டைட்டில் சொல்லு.
Why last year
Okay. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Tamil எல்லாரும் comfortable இங்க? Comfortable தானே? I mean it's a 3 p.m. Yeah. English. Oh, it's only English. Okay, cool. It will be mostly English only. So I understand it's a 3 p.m. talk days. I already saw some people already sleeping. So I'm assuming this probably for the next 15 minutes I won't make you sleep. At least I don't know whether you'll carry out knowledge from this room, but I'm definitely sure that you won't sleep for the next 15 minutes. So for a long time, okay, everyone just thought that building models, models meaning I'm assuming everyone here are using some models, right? AI, everywhere, everyone is the AI wave, right? No one is anyone kind of working without AI right now? I just want to meet any guy, I mean any person who doesn't use AI. Yeah, I mean I kind of assumed it, but at least what I thought was building AI, at least in terms of Stranger Things. Hawkins Murray or lab probably there are some people building somewhere, and probably we as people we are only using it. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that we are either blessed or cursed to be in what I call as an all AI era. What do I mean by all AI era is that even my mother, who is a WhatsApp forwarder, in every household I'm assuming you will have one person who forwards message good morning to everyone, right? She is actually generating images from ChatGPT, and then she says that I have used GPT 5.1. And me being a software engineer, I was shocked to see not the knowledge of she knowing what underneath it is, but the name of the model. And that is the power of the current generation or the entire people knowing the model names. What does it mean actually for a community or an open source community? It is actually very huge. Why do I say it as very huge is that now everyone is able to understand what model they are using. Just previously or 2 years back, I saw people coming into or putting their resumes or even for interviews, they say what was your stack, what do you know, and everyone is saying Java, Python, and nowadays I see for front end I use X, and for back end what is your resume experience, for front end I use some Gemini model or any open source or closed source. They are only here for only model names. So this actually has made a significant progress for everyone to build their own model. So this particular topic, what is exactly I'm going to talk in a Foss conference. I'm assuming this thought will be in everyone's mind. So in the next 15 minutes, I am going to show a very small technique which is followed by the open source community to make sure the closed source and the huge companies which they proclaim to be are actually broken down by the open source community, and each and everyone can build their own model. ஸோ ஒரு குட்டி இன்ட்ரோ சும்மா ஒரு ஃபண்டுக்காக தான் போட்டேன், பிகாஸ் ஐம் அஸ்யூமிங் ஒரு ஸ்லைடு தேவைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ ஐ ஒர்க் அஸ் அ சொல்யூஷன் கன்சல்டன்ட் அட் சர்ச் சாஃப்ட்வேர், அண்ட் I not only consume AI in the current phase, I love to at least I like to internally observe what is happening, and I like to communicate with every people. And in terms of open source, I am currently I've done a lot of open source contribution, but currently I'm very much focusing in the Hugging Face ecosystem. You can see my PRs in transformers and diffusers, and I talk a lot and I write a lot, and I make sure that each and every tech concept at least goes to each and every one of you in a very simple and a very basic way. So it's in a question, bro, it's a small question, okay? Has anyone run here any open source models locally? Now in open code, I'm just asking for some models. Okay, what can I hear some model names, for example?
Country Codex.
Awesome. So I that's great.
NPT.
Wow. So the audience seems to be are very much into and very captivating audience. So I'm assuming the recent headlines, right? Everyone has here tried on this particular thing. You wake up every day and then suddenly you see a new different model coming up every day. Just yesterday when I wake up, they are saying it is Opus 4.7. I am like, what? I have never tried 4.6. Likewise, not even the closed source system, even the open source models are continuously upgrading every time you wake up. And I'm assuming it's same for everyone, right? It's kind of the wave is going faster that even you're just seeing the wave right now. So the same wave, right? Suddenly, all things were going on between the closed source systems as well as open source systems. But suddenly, all these tech giants suddenly started to accuse some of the greatest or well-known open source systems, saying that they are kind of stealing their data or doing a lot of stuff. And this actually was there for a long time, but suddenly, if you see the date, it is 23rd February 2026. They kind of exactly. And suddenly they accuse a very famous open source company like DeepSeek and Moonshot, stating that they are doing a lot of bad things. And then only one small thing which is common here, which they say as industrial scale distillation. So, correct, good. I had the joke for only you, bro. Thanks. So before jumping on to the elephant in the room, right? That is what is our distillation. I just want to make sure in the entire room knows the difference between the open source model and the closed source models. So I understood that people are using open source models locally, but just wanted to emphasize on the fact on one small thing, which I wanted to say called weights. So weights in a model are kind of the numbers or the entire parameter stuff which a model has. So when you have an open source model in your local, what does it mean is that you have the entire power within your hands. So with that exact power, you can do whatever you want internally with the architecture. But in terms of a closed source, you're only bound to an API. You just ask questions in your editor, you probably get some output as an answer. So distillation, does this particular word, does this ring any bell for any one of you? What does it ring anyone? Like for example, distillation, the word. Where have you heard it in your entire life? The second joke, okay, thanks. The second stuff, so distillation, right? As everyone told me, distillation is something we have learned in our chemistry labs. So what exactly was distillation? It is something that you evaporate and only keep the extract essence required thing there. In ML, not going into too much of an ML concepts, distillation is something, it's actually a ML technique wherein without any training data, you will have two different models. One being a larger teacher model, which is very huge in params, and another smaller student model. So what exactly distillation means is that you kind of extract the knowledge from the teacher and pass it on to the student. So what do I mean here is that I am trying to improve the student model to make sure it is performing as good as the teacher model. So just to give you an example, something like this. If this guy is a student model, a teacher model is constantly giving you some information and it has trained you in some sense that you are able to pass that exam. But I'm assuming you guys would need a bit more understanding and not going too much in technical. So just to give you a more precise example, assume that we have a teacher model which is Llama 70 billion. Here 70 means that 70 billion parameters. As I told you, those are weights. And we have a student model called as Llama 1 billion. So what I'm trying to do is here, 70 billion can only be run in some higher GPU or any other labs. The main idea of this concept is to make sure we can run any smaller models which have higher efficiency as 70 billion in your own system. So what we do here is that each and every model, for example, the teacher as well as student kind of give out probabilities. So we kind of match it with certain algorithms and we iteratively try to make sure this student model is as performant as a teacher model. Just a point to note that we are trying to improve the student model and not to match the performance as a teacher model. So if you're expecting your 1 billion to be as accurate as 70 billion, that is false. But you can run a 1 billion in your own laptop with matching the accuracy of the teacher model. So that is a huge power because all these while all the closed source companies were saying we are running trillion params. Every time you see a different improvement, it's kind of 4.7 or 4, whatever it is, you will see an increase in the number of parameters. But all these stuffs can be run in your local machine, which actually shook the entire closed source community. But if you actually see, the closed source community actually accused the open source community. Those closed source community never gave us any weights. It was only an API access. Then how exactly are they accusing an open source systems? So to delve into that, I just want to make sure I give out these two types. So in the previous slide, I talked about what is a base variant of distillation. I just want to talk about these two types. The first type is the black box distillation. So this is the exact technique which companies like DeepSeek, Moonshot, and all the open source system have done, which is what accused by all the closed source systems. So what they have done is a very simple technique which is called as prompting. Everyone here, are you aware of something called as reasoning models? Is everyone aware?
Yeah.
So just to make everyone know, the reasoning model is something that you generally models work by you give an input, you get an output. But reasoning model is that even for how they give an output, they kind of reason, give that as an output as well. So what these people did is that they just prompted with just the simple prompt. So when you just prompt, you get an entire output. Along with that output, you also get a reasoning trace as well. So what this open system did is that they kind of asked almost 16 million conversations. They kind of saved all the data, and whatever open source smaller model they have, they kind of fine-tuned this with the data which created by the closed source systems. So this is actually claimed by the closed source system to be accusing all the open source system. But do you think is this a theft? What do you guys feel?
No, this is not a theft. Closed source is doing it.
That is controversy, but anyway. Yeah, I just want to give you that thought, and moving on to the white box distillation, right? This is some more internal concepts of data science wherein you have the entire model with you. You have the weights. So once you have the weights, you have the power to change the internal architecture, do a lot of stuffs. You can manually do a lot. You have a lot of algorithms, and as a Foss community, you can build and you can fine tune your own model and run it in your own PC. That is our utmost motto in an open source community. So just an example which I did, which I wanted to run, was I actually took an 8 billion parameter model and I used the student as to be a 125 million parameter model. So I am actually having a 12 GB GPU kind of system, and using this is a Foss toolkit named as distill kit. So you don't need to know anything, you can just use this particular toolkit to just try to distill the model. So what exactly was the inference was, it was almost 64% a smaller model. So the main motto was also to run in my PC. You can even try to downsize it to big, because downsize in your mobile phones, and since the model is very smaller, the inference is very faster, your compute is very low, and there are a lot of stuff happening, which is very good for an open source community. And talking about some more Foss toolkits, just wanted to give you some more versions or some more tools which are publicly available for you guys to use to make sure everyone is having a grasp of distilling some models. And just one small point, primary example of an open source system name, I'm assuming DeepSeek, you guys would have known. This is their Hugging Face repo, where they have openly said that their models actually have a base model which is another open source model. So they are not having their own training data or trying to build something on their own. They are kind of using someone else and trying to build something which is more performant than the base models. So that is a powerful technique for an open source community that we should try on. So the accusation which a closed source system does is that the accusation for like using the data and then their training is actually not the exact problem. The exact problem is that the main source companies are putting lots of billions of money to bring in data, do a lot of processing, and then you kind of build your own model. But suddenly an open source community comes in, tries to distill, and then tries to build a model which is more performant than their own base model. So this particular thing actually pricks them. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is a small tricky phase in the open source field. So why do I say as an open tricky phase is that everyone knows here about licensing, right? Everyone writes code, modifies code, and all those code is under a particular license. Let it be MIT or Apache, GNU, whatever it is. But if you think you have created your own open source model, you've put it in the open source, and someone comes and distills it, okay, and then that model is performant than your own base model, what will you do?
You can't upgrade it because we are licensed it.
No, but still, it's an open source model. They are
it's
not
based on the license, because if he's licensed MIT, he's just giving a credibility like the code is not mine.
Correct.
So he can't do anything.
Correct. So a lot of stuff are happening in this particular phase, but still this distillation as a process is still living in a gray area, because people aren't knowing for sure that whether it would be performing a lot or should we put a copy or whatever it is still, I just wanted to leave this as a thought for everyone present in this room. But some things, right, for all this while I just spoke a lot of good things about open source distillation. Guys, go try, you will build your own model, do it, it's for our win. But sometimes there's always a villain in our story, right? So how can it be dangerous? I just also wanted to give you this POV as well, so that when you guys are building, you will have an utmost important thinking in this field as well. First point, So when I tell about distillation, right, you kind of distill from a higher parameter model. So in that case, all these higher parameter model will be fine tuned on some guardrail. Is everyone aware of what are guardrails?
Yeah, it's kind of fire.
Dude, you're doing it. Is anyone not knowing what are guardrails? Everyone knows what a guardrail is, it?
Yeah.
Cool. So since you're trying to fine tune or trying to distill a higher end model, there are chances that even the firewall or whatever protection it might have, it might break. And when you're trying to use that particular model in production in your system is not very capable and it is very unsafe to use. That is the first main problem. Second point is that now everyone is able to create their own model in their open source system and even in your own MacBook system or whatever laptop you have. Because of that, multiple people are using it in a very different direction. Like they are using it for phishing attacks or whatever it is. It's easy now to train a new model. And then because of this, since your kind of model is very unsafe, and then people are able to try to prompt it and kind of attack it using multiple techniques and get a lot of data out. So a lot of stuff happened right from the distillation technique to the tricky phase plus the problems which I currently put out. So what exactly am I trying to say here is that we must try to use this technique as an open source community to make sure we try to build a new models and develop more, but we need to make sure of the fact that we build newer stuffs with having these 5 open source layers on top of it to make sure we build particular perfect models without breaking something in production. The first stuff is something on output protection, and then LlamaGuard is a popular Foss toolkit which is helpful for detecting what is coming out and coming in. That's very important. And watermarking. Nowadays AI is everywhere, and you don't know what is an AI generated image or not normal content. So watermarking is very important. And then the stable signature. I even attended I think it was a 12:30 call where they talked about supply chain attacks. So the stable signature is a very great technique to watermark it, and it would actually help you to find the entire system source. And metadata, currently we are actually talking about distillation, meaning that there can be A model which is distilled to B model, which is again distilled to C model. So you probably need to understand where it comes from and all the source, the entire lineage of the stuffs. So we need to have perfect metadata. And device, ladies and gentlemen, whether you try out models or you do distillation, but I am telling you, eval is a booming field in whatever thing you do. Eval is the first thing you need to make sure, even before thinking of any model names, that this is the first thing you need to make sure. And Ragas and PromFu are one of the greatest things which are present right in the market and which is open source, and I will definitely say that probably try to use it. And the last point is all about secure wrappers. A lot of stuff already happened on it, so I am probably trying to skip it. So I mean, this is the face I see from everyone, so just want to put it up. So what exactly I am saying? For the last 13 or 14 minutes, I just yapped for a long time. So what exactly is the output, or if you guys walk out of this room, what is your takeaway from here? Capability building was once a bit difficult for everyone to build in this open market. With AI and all this booming stuff, suddenly building is very easier nowadays. And suddenly they say with all these newer techniques, even capability transfer is becoming very easier. And as capability transfer is getting very easier, even building stronger models or whatever models in your own local system has become very easier. That is very powerful for Foss. But we need to remember one thing. The openness which we work for is when the trust is there. If the trust is not there, probably it doesn't matter, because you can do whatever you want with the models you make. So we must need to protect the lineage safety and the tools we build with. And one last point before I wrap this short conversation on this very small technique, I just want to leave you with the thought that if anyone is trying to build newer models, make sure that we follow all the ethical processes and we build responsibly and legitimately, and the way as a community we trust. Because in the open source, suddenly as it is getting easier to build, even models building is getting easier, we need to make sure we use it for the right purpose and legitimately. So that is one point, ladies and gentlemen. I just need to I wanted you guys to have it, and when you walk out of the room, I just want you guys to have that thought. So that's it. 14 minutes. I'm assuming you would have at least got a small 1% knowledge of what distillation is all about, and hoping as an open source community will encourage more and more things in this particular domain. So thank you so much. That's my time.
So it is now finished. So your talk is only pending. So come fast. Your talk only is pending. Come fast. No, no. Yeah. Okay.
I'll show you.
நல்லா புரியுது. நான் என் பீப்புள் கிட்ட என்னோட கிட்ட ஃபோட்டோ தான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தேன். அவங்க எல்லாம் வேறு வேறு செஷன்ஸில் இருக்காங்க. இல்லை யாரும் தெரியாது சார். தீஸ் ஆர் பீப்புள் ஐ மெட் ஹியர். முக்கால்வாசி அவங்க ஃப்ரேம் ஆஃப் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க இன்சைட்ஸ் வேணும்னாங்க. எல்லாருமே நான் 4-5 தான் ஸ்லாட்டு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இந்த ஸ்லாட் படி சொல்லியிருந்தேன். ஸோ 30 minutes at 4-5 போட்டுருந்தது. நான் எத்தனை மணிக்கு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க பாருங்கள். அதான் கேட்குறேன் நீங்கள் மேபி என்ன அவருக்கு டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா லேப் ஃபார் டெஸ்டினேஷன் ஓகே ஒருத்தர் கன்ஃபார்ம் நீங்கள் அட்லீஸ்ட் 400 355 ஆரம்பிச்சா கூட ஓகே
because I want instruct, I want to prompt it. At the level I have instruct model தான் யூஸ் பண்றேன். இப்போ
I have a doubt. So 3:30 க்கு break என்ன இருக்கு? ஏன்னா ஸ்பீக்கர் வந்து 4-5 தான் ஷெட்யூல் போட்டுருக்காங்க.
எஜுகேஷன்ல 0 ஷார்ட் ப்ரோ
your experience
so 3:30 4-5
it depends on what particular task you're trying to solve.
Sorry, update
okay, then I'll start on 4-5. Then it's fine to start on 4-5.
Whatever.
Okay, good.
Okay,
lighting is fine, but we upload videos.
இந்த மாதிரி ஏரியாஸ் let's say ஒரு ட்ரைபல் ஏரியாக்கு போறோம்னா அங்க வந்து
photos from the internet marketing purpose. Yes, we have to provide some
we can also
photos.
not afford a Mac PC there with a little bit GPU performance which I can install there and a local Wi-Fi network. So with which the tablets, because there is a Tamil Nadu there is a program where they are planning to give tablets to elementary schools and we are trying to leverage that now. So if அந்த மாதிரி tablets the tablets communicate with this PC. The AI models are because that's what we truly democratize something. You know,
So how does this casting go? Like I will present from my machine as well.
Yeah, உங்களோட screen இங்க visible ஆகும். உங்களோட face வந்து இந்த இடத்துல show.
Okay, and where can I place my laptop?
You can place here. Center screen ல கூட இருக்கலாம், ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
Okay, anyway, screen gets projected. I will place it here and I will. Okay. இது pointer இருக்குங்களா? Pointer இல்ல?
I think no.
Pointer இல்ல. Check. So half a நேற்று பேசி பார்த்தது 40 நிமிஷம் வந்தது. So you are a good name, sir?
Correct. Because some person is taking photos. So
marketing is just for a photo. Okay. One is to I belong to a community which is mostly based out of Europe.
Okay.
So robot கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? நீங்கள் எந்த கம்பெனி?
நான் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஆகி ஃபைன்
ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இங்கே ஐடி
இல்லை
எந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்? நான் வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர். ஓகே, ஐ ஃபினிஷ் மை எஜுகேஷன் இன் ஏசி டெக் 2011 in apparel technology. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா அந்த குரூப்பு? டெக்ஸ்டைல் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் வரும். நைஸ். In a way, we are college mates. I mean college alumni.
Okay.
எந்த இயர் நீங்கள்?
நான் வந்து ஃபைனல் இயர் 2 months.
பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் முடிஞ்சிடுச்சு எல்லாருக்கும்? பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ் வர டைமில் ஃபைனல் இயர். ஓகே, திஸ் இஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் த இயர். ஓகே, டோன்ட் ரஷ் ஃபார் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ், கெட் அ கம்பெனி. People rush for placements in the area. Many people substantially join the US companies.
Okay.
So don't rush for placements. You will always get a good job. Wait and get a good job. But you are in the bulk placement, you don't go into service based. Of course, you guys have come from CTS and all. I mean, the service based companies are proper product based, but you have a good line. When you're settling up to the campus, think about service based. Because now the modeling of the service based. I work for a service based company called TCS. Apna Mumbai or the report TCS wala kadikku. Now one job done. Now also it's one job only. That's been a difficult experience for many people who are like substantially very good at all this learning stuff, good CGPA. They came into TCS because after my one month they just so be patient and get a good company. ஒன்றும் வராங்க டிசிஎஸ் சிடிஎஸ்
வராங்க. பட்
எதுக்கு நம்ம காலேஜ் படிச்சுட்டு எடுக்கணும்னு எனக்கு இனி வரைக்கும் தெரிஞ்சு. ஐ ஹேட் அ குட் கேரியர் தட் டைம், ரைட்? ஐ ஸ்பெண்ட் a lot of time in Europe, so I can never get into other project companies. I had a good exposure. Now I'm into sales and solutioning, good lifestyle, a lot of peaceful stuff. But that's a different story. But if I were no, things would have been different. So choose பண்ணி higher studies போலையா?
இல்லை பட் ஸ்டாக்கிங் மல்டிபிள்
I don't plan.
I went to the level
பிளான் பண்ணல.
இந்தியாவில் இருக்க
இந்தியா வந்து எப்படி பிளான் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன் பட் ஹையர் ஸ்டடீஸ் கொஞ்சம் பிளான்
Work 1-2 years with the same Josh getting to higher studies. I planned for a GMAT MBA. Never really worked out, but 5 years experience on execute MBA very good. So சரி ஓகே
ஃபோட்டோஸ் எடுக்கணும்னு சொல்கிறேன்
ஃபேட் போட்டுடுறேன்.
ஃபேட் எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க?
ட்ரான்சிஷன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு அவ்வளோதான். அது ஒன் டைப் ஆஃப் ட்ரான்சிஷன். இவங்க பேசி முடிச்சோடனே திரும்ப ஃபேட் போட்டோன்னா இது வந்துடும், ஆடியோ போகாது. ஓகேவா?
இது திருப்பி இங்கே வந்துடும்.
ஆமாம். இது லாஸ்ட் டாக்கா?
இல்லை ஐ திங்க் இன்னும் 2 டாக் இருக்குது.
சரி ஓகே, இந்த டாக் முடிச்சுட்டு ஃபேடு போட்டோன்னா அப்படிலாம் இவனுக்கு காமெடி.
சரி,
மெயின் வந்து டிஸ்பிளே வரணும். நீங்களா அடுத்த ஸ்பீக் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே ஓகே. என்ன
இவருக்கு தான் ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கணும்.
நிறைய ஆதாரம் காட்ட வேண்டியது இருக்குது. கம்பெனிக்கு ப்ரொமோஷன் போட்டு ப்ரிப்பரேஷன்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன். வேறு எல்லாம் பிபிடியில் இருந்தது எடுத்து ஏன்னா ஜெனரலாக அதுதான் யூஸ் பண்ணுற ஃபார்மேட்டு மற்ற டாக்ஸ்க்கு. நீங்கள் ஒர்க்கிங் ப்ரொஃபஷனலாக ப்ரொமோஷன்
ஐடியா இல்லை. ஆனால் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் 30 to 40 இருக்கும். ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்கும்.
இல்லை கான்டாக்ட் பர்சன்டேஜ் 30% ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்
30 to 40 இருக்கும்.
டு மேக் இட் மோர் கான்டெக்ட் தான் நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்துட்டு ஆட்டோமேஷன் கெரியராக பர்சூ பண்ணேன். டு மேக் இட் மோர்
தான் இப்போ
வந்து கரெக்டாக வந்து ஞாபகம் இருக்கிறதுனா டேட்டா குவாலிட்டிலேருந்து அந்த மணி ஏஐ போட்டு விட்டு ஏஐ வச்சு ஏஐ டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி போட்டு விட்டு ப்ரொடக்ஷன் அடி வாங்கி இது எங்கேருந்து வருதுன்னா
எஸ்எல்ஏல பிரச்சனை வர்றப்போ மட்டும்தான் அந்த மேனேஜர்ஸ் கறி வரும்.
இல்லை ப்ரோ, இது மேனேஜர் லெவல் இல்லை, இன்னும் டாப்பில் இருக்குது. என்னன்னா சிஇஓ வச்சு சிஇஓ டிசிஸில் இருக்கிறேன். சிஇஓ ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் ஏஐ இருக்கும், ஏஐ வச்சுக்கணும். இது ப்ராப்ளம் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி மார்க்கெட்டிங் அண்ட் வேல்யூஷன் ஸ்டாக்ஸ் ப்ரைஸ் ஏதோ ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்டு
சைலண்ட் பண்ணணும்னா கம்பெனியில் மேபி ஒர்க்கு குறைஞ்சிருச்சோ இது பிரச்சனையும் சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டாக் இறக்கணும். இப்போ ஃபயர் பண்ணணும், இது யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம்னாலே ஸ்டாக் வந்து வச்சுருக்காங்க.
சொல்லிடுறோம் 50% ஆஃப் எம்ப்ளாயி யூஎஸில் இந்த கம்பெனி பிஸ்னஸ் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி 50% ஃபயர் பண்ணுறாங்க. அது டிமாண்ட் கம்மியாகிடுச்சோ இல்லை வேலை இல்லையோ இல்லை வேலையை தான் சொன்னாங்க ஃபயர் பண்ணிட்டு அடுத்த மாதம் சரி.
அது மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு அந்த கான்டெக்ட்
மார்க்கெட் எவ்வளோ இருந்துச்சு 30% வேல்யூஷன் டே அவன் சாப்பிடணும் கொடுப்பான் கம்பெனியில். எத்திக்ஸ் ஆர் நோ லாங்கர் கிரவுண்ட்ஸ்.
ஆனால் என்னென்னா இனிமேல் வந்து நம்ம வந்து கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து எத்திக்கலாக இருப்பாங்கன்றத நம்ம எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ண முடியாது.
கம்பெனிஸ் ஆர் மேட் டு மேக் மணி.
நாளைக்கே ஃபயர் பண்ணணும், ஏன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட்டு 3 மாதம் ஜாலியாக சர்வை பண்ண முடியும். அதெல்லாம் நம்ம ஃபினான்ஷியலியாக இருக்கணும், மென்டலியாக இருக்கணும், நம்ம ஸ்ட்ராங்காக இருக்கணும்.
Technically also you should be acute. So after that, you capability of job. So that's what I say. So keep on updating. Technical content.
டெக்னிக்கல் ஆக்சுவலி ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஃப்ரீலான்ஸே இருக்கணும். ஆனால் இப்போ இருக்கிற சுச்சுவேஷன் டெக்னிக்கலி ஸ்ட்ராங்காக வெளியே ஃபயர் பண்ணுறாங்க, வேலை கிடைக்க
ரோபோட் ஃப்ரேம் ஒர்க்
ஒரு ஃபைல்
அதுக்குள்ளே நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும், வெளியே இருக்கவங்க புஷ் பண்ண உள்ள எல்லோரும் வெளியே சுற்றிட்டு இருப்பாங்க.
இல்லை எனக்கு என்ன நிறைய பேர் ஸ்டால் வந்தாங்க, இதுவரை பார்க்குறேன் பார்த்து டாக் இருக்கான்னு கேட்டாங்க. ஆமாம் 6 4 10 ஸோ வரேன்னு நான் 5 பேராச்சும் வருவாங்க அப்படின்னு பார்க்குறேன். பிகாஸ் தே வாண்டட் டு கெட் அ டீப்பர் இன்சைட் ஆஃப் அவங்க டெவலப்பராக இருக்காரு, அவங்க டெஸ்டிங் டீம் சர்வீஸ் பண்ணுறதோ இல்லை அவர் டெவலப்பராக யூனிட் டெஸ்டிங் பண்ணுறதுக்கோ யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. எந்த டூலுக்கே இது யூஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி மெயினாக நிறைய யூசர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. யூரோப்பில் இருக்கேன், நிறைய யூசர்ஸ் நிறைய கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. நம்ம ஊரில் இல்லை, நம்ம ஊரில் சின்ன ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டி குட்டியாக கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுறது தான் ஐடியா. காலேஜ் படிக்கும்போது ஒரு எக்ஸ்போசரில் கலாக்கு ஃபீட்டு கோர்ஸ் தான். அதான் எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச கான்ட்ரன்ஸ். இங்கே சாரங்க வருவோம் கலா
அப்படிலாம் இல்லை. நீங்கள் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னாலும் எங்கள் பேங்க்கில் பார்த்தா ஒரு 10 பேர் இருப்பாங்க.
இல்லை எக்ஸ்போஷர் அப்படி ஒன்று நடக்குது. போன சிம்போசியம்ஸில் யாருமே ஃபோர்ஸும் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. லைட்டாக எடுத்து குருஷேத்ரா போவோம். நடக்குது குருஷேத்ரா. நீங்கள் சிஜி கேம்பஸ் தானே?
இல்லை எங்களுக்கு வந்து என்னென்னா கான்ஸ்டியூஷன் காலேஜ்.
ஓகே, நீங்கள் இங்கே கிண்டி கேம்பஸ் கேட்டீங்க. நான் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கிண்டி வந்துச்சு.
ஓகே, அது ஒரு கான்ஸ்டியூஷன் காலேஜ்.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. ஐ தாட் யுவர் இன் கிண்டி கேம்பஸ். ஓகே, அண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் மெயின் கேம்பஸ் சொல்கிறீங்க. அதனால தான் கூப்பிட்றேன். போகிறது போர் அடிச்சது மூஞ்சிலே தெரிஞ்சுது. பேசுகிறோம் அத்தனை கஸ்டமர் பேசுகிறது போர் அடிக்கிறவங்க.
அதுக்காக இல்லை
ஐ நோ யூ ஹேவ் அதர் ப்ரையாரிட்டிஸ் கிட்டிங்.
ஆனால் நீ ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் இது நிறைய நடக்குது தெரியும்.
வேறு எனக்கே ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் நான் சீஸில் இருக்கிற கஸ்டமர் கஸ்டமர் பேசுவோம். குளோபல் கஸ்டமர் இன்ட்ரோச்சு மெயின் திங் சார் நான் இது ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது யார் காசு தருது? செகண்ட் எங்கிட்ட காசு இருக்குது. நான் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் வரணும். எனக்கு 10 நிமிஷம் 10 ரூபா கொடுத்தா ஆக்டிவிட்டி தான் இப்போ பாஸ் கால் that's paid for that guys to for that guy assess no value விஷயம் எல்லாமே இது பேக்கில் பண்ணிட்டு இது வேணும்னா அவன் பண்ணி ப்ளஸ் ஃபீச்சர் ஆட்டோமேஷன் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன். நானே இதை கஸ்டமைஸ் பண்ணி ஒரு பண்ணுவேன். அது அவங்களுக்கு எங்கே காசு இருக்குன்னு பண்ணணும். ஆனால் காசு இல்லை என்கிட்ட ப்ரொப்ரேட்டரி போயிட்டாங்கன்னா நான் இப்பயே போய் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ இப்போ கான்செப்ட் சர்ச் ஃபார்
அந்த கான்டெக்ட் அந்த கான்டெக்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டில் என்னென்ன படிக்கணும், எப்படி படிக்கணும்னு எனக்கு தெரியணும். அந்த பிரின்சிபல்ஸ் தான் சொல்கிறேன். அங்கே தெரிஞ்சவங்க இருப்பாங்க, நம்ம போட்டு ரிவ்யூ பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த ஃபுல் ஃப்ளோ சொல்கிறேன்.
அதான் என் ரெக்கமெண்டேஷன்
பட் எவ்வளோ நோஸ் அபவுட் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் பற்றி தெரியுது. பட் உள்ளே போகிறதுக்கு யோசிக்கிறாங்க, யோசிச்சுட்டே தான் இருக்காங்க. யாருமே அது அப்படி பேரியராக
போட்டு ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு டிக்கெட்டு ரைஸ் பண்ண பக் ரைஸ்
இப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, ஒரு பக்கெட் இருக்குன்னா அது போய் ரைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப நான் யோசிக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா நானே அது
கிரியேட் பண்ண 2 வார்டு ஒன்று பிஆர் ரிஜெக்ட்டு இல்லை பிஆர் அப்ரூவ்டு. இதுதான் 2 வார்டு
இஷ்யூஸில் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, வேலிடே இன்வேலிடு தான்
க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறவங்க நான்
பட் அந்த ஸ்டெப் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப யோசிப்பாங்க. நானே அது யோசிச்சேன்.
எக்ஸாக்ட்லி என்னோட 20 பிஆர் கிரியேட் பண்ணி ஒரு 20 சின்ன யூடியூப் சென்னை
வச்சு நான் பிஆர் ஆட்டோமேஷன்
இப்போ என்ன பண்ணிக்கிட்டாங்க, எல்லா ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ரெபாசிட்டரியும் ஏஜென்ட்ஸ் டாட் எம்டின்னு ஒரு ஃபைல் ஆட் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஏஜென்ட்ஸ் யாரும் அதை வச்சு இது பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா ஏஜென்ட்ஸ் படி டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் போடுங்க. இல்லை ஏஜென்ட்ஸ் ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணுறேன்னா அதை யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. அது இல்லாமல் மெயின்டெனன்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, நீ ரைட் பண்ணுற கோடுக்கு கொஷின் கேட்குறாங்க. கொஷின் கேட்டு அதை ஒழுங்காக ஆன்சர் பண்ணாலும் அப்ரூவ் பண்ணாலும் அவங்க கொடுத்துருக்க டெட்லைனுக்குள்ளே மெசேஜ் போட்டு ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் அதுக்குள்ளே நீங்கள் ரிப்ளை பண்ணணும். இல்லைன்னா ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நான் அப்டேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். இப்போ ஃப்ளெக்சிபிளாக அப்படி தான் மாறிடுச்சு.
அது பேர் க்ளோஸே பண்ணுறாங்க. ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ரெபாசிட்டரி
சரி ஃப்ரேம்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம்.
அது ஃப்ரீயாக பண்ண முடியும்.
ஓ
இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ரீசன் லாஸ்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் பண்ணுறதே தெரியாது. எவ்வளோ பஞ்சாயத்து ஆச்சு இல்லை உங்களுக்கு டென்ஷன் ஆகிட்டு எல்லாம் பிஆர் ஏறிச்சு பிஆர் ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன் லெவலுக்கு போயிட்டு எல்லாம் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுறாங்க. நிறைய யூடியூப்
புதுசாக agents.mt எல்லா இப்போ ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ்லையும் மாற்றிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் ஃபாலோ
கோஷ்டி தெரியுமா? கோஷ்டின்னு ஒரு டெர்மினல் இருக்குது.
கோஷ்டி
ஜிக்லர் டெர்மினல் ஒரு டெர்மினல் இது டிஎல் ரா தெரியுமா? எக்ஸ்கேலிட்ரா டிஎல் ரா அவங்க க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. கேர்ள் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஓகேமல் லாங்குவேஜ் தெரியும். ஓகேமல் ஒரு லாங்குவேஜ்
ஓகேமல்
அவங்களும் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. நெட் பிஎஸ்டின்னு வந்து ஒரு ரவுட்டர் ஓஎஸ் அவங்க க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. QEMன்னு ஒரு இந்த QEM அந்த இது இருக்குல்ல விஎம்மோட ரன் டைம் அந்த கான்ஃபிகரேஷன்ஸ் அவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஃபாஸ்ட் API பைத்தான் அவங்க பாலிசி ஃபுல்லாக டைட்டன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
இப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க
லினக்ஸ் கர்னலுக்கு வந்து அசிஸ்டட் பைன்னு போட்டு டேக் போட சொல்லிட்டாங்க.
அது QNETஸில் அதே தான் சொல்கிறாங்க எல்லா ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ். அதுவும் இல்லாமல் இப்போ என்னென்னா ஏஎஸ்லோப்புன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஏதோ ஒரு ரெபாசிட்டரி யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க. ஓகே யூ ஹேவ் 4 minutes. என்னன்னா இப்போ கூட் கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணும்போது இது ஏஐக்குள்ள டிபெண்ட் என்ன அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. அதை ட்ராக் பண்ணிட்டு சில ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ப்ராஜெக்ட் அதை வந்து மெயின்டைன் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. யூஸ் பண்ணி யார் ஏஐ ஸ்லோப்பாக அந்த கோடி எடுத்துருக்காங்களோ அந்த பிஎஸ்லாம் ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. இஷ்யூஸ் ரைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க.
அதை எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறாங்க?
அது ஒரு ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ரெபாசிட்டரி நிறையா இருக்குது. நான் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணேன்.
அதை நீங்கள் அனுப்பிடுங்க. வெஸ்டர்ன் கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் பார்ப்பீங்க. பிரைமஜன் தியோ லோ லெவல் கோடு அது ஆக்சுவலாக சேரே கிடையாது. பிரைமஜனுக்கு வந்து சேர் கிடையாது. சேர் கிடையாது. அது வந்து அந்த ஜிம் பால் ரப்பர் பால்.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே.
பிரைமஜனோட ஃப்ரம் மெத் டு நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸ்னு ஒரு வீடியோ இருக்கு. இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் லைக் நெக்ஸ்ட் மெத் டு நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸ். அவன் வந்து ஸ்கூல் டைம்ஸில் வந்து ஃபுல்லி மோனோகிராஃபிக்கும் பீட்ஸுக்கும் அடிக்ட்டு. ஆனால் நெக்ஸ்ட்டு 4 இயர்ஸில் அவன் வந்து நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸில் சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ஜினியராக ஜாயின் பண்ணான். மேக்ஸில் ஃபெயில் ஆனவங்க நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸில் சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ஜினியராக இருந்தான். அந்த ஸ்டோரி சொல்லுவாங்க. எப்படி சொல்கிறது செம்ம கூஸ் பம்ப்ஸாக இருக்கும். அவன் ஸ்டோரிலாம் கேட்குறது மாதிரி லோ லெவல் போகுது. சோடின்னு ஒருத்தன் TSODA சோடி அவன் சோடி எடுத்துனா ரியாக்டை வந்து சீல பண்ணுவான். சீலையே ரியாக்ட் மாதிரி கூட இருக்கும். சொந்தமாக கம்பெனியில் எழுதுவான். லோ லெவலில் கம்பெனி எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுதுன்னு பேசுவார். யூஐயை சீல வச்சு ரியாக்ட் கிட்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன்னு சொல்லி லோ லெவல் கோட் வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா எப்படி வந்து நிறைய எக்ஸ்ப்ளாய்ட்ஸ்லாம் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறாங்க, வல்னரபிலிட்டிஸ் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னு நிறைய சேனல்ஸ் அதுக்கெல்லாம் கற்றுக்கிட்டு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் ரிலேட்டடாக சிஸ்டம் டிசைன், சிஸ்டம்ஸ் எப்படி ஸ்கேல் ஆகுது, டேட்டா பேஸ் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுது, டேட்டா பேஸ் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் எப்படி. நான் வந்து கூகுளில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து இடாசிட்டி இருக்குது. இடாசிட்டின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இடாசிட்டியில் ரிசைன் பண்ணிட்டு கூகுள் ஜாயின் பண்ணால் கூகுள் வந்து ரிசைன் பண்ணிவிட்டு டைஜிபியும் சொந்தமாக ஒரு டேட்டா பேஸ் கொடுப்பாங்க. ரெடிஸ் இருக்குது. ரெடிஸ் வந்து சிங்கிள் த்ரெட்.
ஓகே.
இது வந்து மல்டி த்ரெட் ரெடிஸ் பண்ணலாம். அப்புறம் மறுபடியும் வந்து கூகுள் போயிட்டு இப்போ வந்து ஸ்டாஃப் சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ஜினியராக ரேசர் போயிட்டு
அடுத்த ஸ்பீக்கர் வந்துட்டாங்க.
I'm just connecting to the internet actually.
போக போக கம்மியாகிட்டே இருக்கு.
If you can, you just use that.
That was quite fluctuating. Connect to my hotspot.
Yeah, hotspot is better.
Hotspot is kind of better. எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் fluctuate ஆகுது. எனக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள்ஸ் காட்ட முடியாது. fluctuate.
இருக்கணும் அது ஸ்விட்ச் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கும் sometimes.
Okay.
பட் ஆளுங்க இல்லையே.
இல்லை டாக் ஆரம்பிக்க போது பீப்புள் will flow.
ஓகே, நான் வெளியே போய்
பிகாஸ்
கூப்பிடணுமா?
ரைட் now ஒன்றுமே நடக்காதனால பார்த்துட்டு போகிறாங்க.
கூப்பிடணுமா வெளியே போய்?
கூப்பிடணும். ஒன்ஸ் டாக் ஆரம்பிக்கட்டும் அதுக்கப்புறம் will call people. Okay. I'll intro பண்ணிடலாமா?
ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் சரி ஓகே பண்ணலாம்.
இன்னும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணலையா?
இன்னும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணல.
Okay.
அதான் அதுதான் ஒய்ஃபை தான்.
என்னாச்சு ஹாட்ஸ்பாட் வர மாட்டேங்குது.
அது வரைக்கும் இதை ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க எப்படி இருக்கு.
சிஎஸ்ஆர் கெஸ்ட்டா?
சிஎஸ்ஆர் கெஸ்ட்.
என்ன பண்ணுறது?
It's too big thing. Okay. DDHF.
One second, it will open in browser automatically, right?
DDHF. Password YYPY.
BY, right?
BP.
Connect ஆகுறது. It is connected, but let me run my sample test case once. அது லான்ச் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது எனக்கு ப்ரௌசர்.
ஓகே,
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா?
கனெக்ட் பண்ணிடுங்க. கனெக்ட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா நாங்கள் இங்கே ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் செட்டப் பண்ணிடுவோம்.
Yeah, one second please. URL காமிக்கு. ஓ, அது கனெக்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
meet.foss united.
இல்லை எனக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள் காமிக்க முடியல வைஃபைல.
Foss united. .org/CF26H1. So you can try this.
Right, my Wi-Fi is being advertised. Okay, hopefully it should work now. Meet, oh sorry.
Yeah.
Should I allow everything?
Yeah. Icon video.
Let's get started. Shift my laptop inside.
ஓகேங்களா இது? ஓகேங்களா?
என்ன
Okay, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Suppose. Okay. All good.
I'll place my laptop.
Hey folks. Okay, this talk, right? I hope the last session was good. This talk, again, automation.
Screen share
How many of you folks have worked with automation?
Check பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Automation. என்ன framework use பண்ணுங்க? Generally, what do you use? Scripts, Python scripts. Innate skills. I was using nice.
Ansible.
Okay. Any older tech? Anyone still using older kind of framework? Dash. Okay, so one of the things rising in this world and rising right now is to automate automation. Purida? Okay, so innate, when we talk about innate or anything such like that, is to connect different tools together and to take different simple kind of frustrating jobs, make it automate those jobs, right? But
30 minutes.
automation automate is a different AI automation kind of thing. But in this world of automation growth and everything, we have different kind of frameworks now. One such one is what he's going to talk about. It's called Robo Framework. Yeah. So over to him. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you everyone. Basically we are going to talk about elevating automation experience with the low-code framework. Right? My name is Rohit Ram Prabhakaran. Unlike most of you guys, I am not from a development background. For QA guy, fully into QA and test automation. I'm currently serving as an advisory automation architect with Tata Consultancy Services. I'm more passionate about data warehousing testing, and also I'm an automation trainer and coach. Quite an exhaustive agenda today. So we are going to talk about the introduction to the framework, the elements testable using the framework. What are the different tech stacks that can be testable? What are the capabilities of the framework? We'll talk about different techniques that are available within the framework, the different scripting techniques. There are a lot of available libraries within the framework. We'll talk about a few of them. And also, we'll talk about the inbuilt reporting capability, few of the concepts. Finally, I'll talk about how we can contribute to an open source. We will also talk about an enterprise level setup and example. Right? Most of you from the college, maybe how does it look at from an enterprise level setup. Finally, we'll talk about a small use case or a test case automation using Selenium library. So it is basically a generic test automation framework. Initially, it was developed to automate acceptance testing. Later, it got expanded to automating robotic process automation as well. So it has a very good space occupied with test automation and RPA. The basic idea of the framework is to have a set of keywords in easy English. So that means when you communicate to your functional teams or when you communicate to your business users, they should kind of understand your unit test, right? So in case of developers, you can use it for unit test. In case of testers, of course, test automation engineers, you can use it from different tech stacks like system testing, UAT testing. We have even done production and post-production testing with this framework. What you see here is the high-level architecture of it. So it has test data on the top. It interacts with the framework via test data syntax. Then it interacts with the test libraries. There are several libraries like Selenium, Playwright, Request libraries. We'll talk about it shortly. Using the test library API, it interacts with the libraries, and then via test automation tool and the interface systems, it interacts with the system under test. So this is the high-level architecture of the framework. This is a high-level three-layer architecture of a normal enterprise level application. You have your client layer, your middle layer, and your database layer. So where can robot framework can be used to automate? So the first part is the client's layer, wherein we can use browser-based automation techniques. We'll talk about it shortly. And also we'll in the presentation layer or in the server layer, we can use stubs library, request library, SSH library. There are process libraries and multiple about it. Also in the database library, we have predominantly database libraries, but other smaller database libraries are also there, like Oracle library and so on. In short, I'll just summarize the framework and its capabilities. Right? For web or browser-based testing, we use Selenium library. Also, we use Playwright capabilities. What you see as a Playwright tool, it can be translated and it's already available as a browser library. And in mobile automation, we use API library pretty much. It helps us to automate mobile browser as well as mobile applications. And with REST services and SOAP services, we use request libraries to test the API request and responses, to test the response codes, whether your response has the correct message, and so on. Finally, my favorite one, since I'm a database guy, database library. By default, it does have only certain database support, pretty much for the RDBMS databases like Oracle, MySQL, and so on. But we have success stories in establishing or extending it to other databases like Snowflake, Hadoop, and so on. Last one is widely required automation when it comes to desktop applications. A lot of libraries available. I couldn't name one or the best one of it. So I listed down AutoID, Python Auto, Sikuli is an image-based one. Platon UI is something that's budding up. So all in all, it supports a wide range of application capability in terms of accessing it and automating it. One thing I purposely didn't mention is the SAP automation as well. So your SAP applications can also be automated using SAP GUI library or SAP UI library. There are a couple of libraries there. So why do we need to use this framework might be a good question. One of the candidates kind of asked me in the booth is that when I go with vanilla framework like Selenium or browser, usually I need to know which method, which class I need to use, and I need to call that to use it. In robot framework, we'll shortly see that we don't need to know. We just need to know which library to call for, and I can simply use the keywords or reuse the keywords from there. So the best thing to do is, or the best thing why you need to use this tool is that one thing is your easy understandable English, so you can translate your test cases or your unit test to corresponding stakeholders. And second thing is readily available libraries. For example, when you go to enterprise level, customers don't wait for like say 1 day, 2 days to develop things. He wants in hours and minutes. So this with the existing libraries, I can already do a lot of things, and drastically the development time has been reduced. So what are the capabilities of robot framework in high level? So I'll just rush through it. I'll not read it fully. So it is a keyword-driven framework. It is basically based out of Python, and it can be extendable to Java, JavaScript, and a few other languages. It has a lot of libraries inbuilt, as I said, and it has an inbuilt reporting capability. Also, it enables test management. For example, you have multiple test cases, multiple unit tests. It helps us to identify by tags. You can run based on specific tags, or you can exclude specific tags while you do the execution. You can do data-driven testing. You can do suite level setup and teardown. When I work with databases, I should not every time connect to a database. Let's say when I do an operation or an ETL level operation, I do not connect every time. So I just do it one time per suite, run all the tests, and disconnect at the end. So these kind of test management activities could be done with this tool. And we have success stories of seamlessly integrating these tools with Jenkins, Bamboo, GitLab Actions, GitLab CI/CD, and so on. So what is exactly a keyword-driven technique? Right? It is basically using a specific method in your Python library to be represented as a keyword, and the keyword does a specific operation. Very simple to understand. So what is the process involved? Right? We define the variables in the keywords. We define an environment where it is being used. We define the test data, and we run the application job. When I say application job, in a UI it doesn't exist. It is basically you go to UI and use it. But in the database construct, I run the application job, have the output table populated. Then only I can validate it. Then I execute the scripts via an IDE. Multiple IDEs supports robot framework and its syntax. Then I interact with a CI/CD tool to trigger this test and maybe parallelize it. There are inbuilt parallel execution engines also with CI/CD's capability. You can parallelize tests. So both can be used. And by default, it gives a beautiful HTML report which will help us both to debug, also to understand what the system has done. This is a very simple keyword-driven example, right? This is how a robot framework test suite looks like. You have a definition of the test, what it is doing, what are the important libraries to be imported, and what are the different tags. As I said, tags are to identify different cases and use cases. You see the test case is very simple, right? I'm just trying to log in with the username. If you give it to your business user saying this is the unit test I have done, you see the amount of understanding they have, rather than saying something like driver.getElement or saying ns.getElement.text or something like. This is very easy for them to understand, also for them to replicate. So that being said, we will quickly march on to other techniques. How many of you have heard of VDD technique, behavior-driven testing or behavior-driven test-driven technique? Okay. For business users to easily visualize things, they brought up this concept called VDD. So that means it goes by condition by condition. So if you have a specific format, we are talking about a Gherkin syntax. The first letter is not visibly highlighted though. So given, when, and then. These are the syntaxes of a Gherkin format. So given a precondition and then some other precondition, and when you have an action to be done and some other action to be done, it gives an output. This is a VDD format, widely used in test automation space and process automation space. This helps the user to understand what are the preconditions, what are the actions, what are the outcomes. So this is a precondition action outcome based technique of scripting. Simple example, precondition if a user has a password and when she changes a password, these are the two preconditions. So this is the one precondition, this is the action. Then the outcome of the action is she is able to log in. Second outcome is she is not able to use the older password. So robot framework does support this technique. The next one is the data-driven technique. For example, I need to run a set of scripts with just the test data changing. Here in this case, we are going to give multiple wrong password combinations. But the expected output is user should not be able to log in with this specific combination. So we just loop through different combinations for a single keyword and we print the corresponding test cases. This is how it's run in real time. Right? We have test case template which says login with invalid credentials. That's step one. And these are your test cases with corresponding invalid inputs. So simple as that. One time I write the test case, similarly use it for multiple test data. This technique is called data-driven technique. So if you want to change the test data, simply change the test data alone. And this test data can either reside in your test suite or it can be in external files. I'll talk about an enterprise level setup where we use external files as well with data. Right? So we do have inbuilt libraries and external libraries. So inbuilt and standard libraries are something that comes with the robot framework just by doing a pip install. So once you have Python in your machine and you say pip install robot framework, all these libraries are already in your machine. These are external libraries where you need to separately install them and you can use it. Right? One of the key libraries or top 3 libraries that I use are collection, built-in collections and string library. Right? This helps me to do a lot of operation within my test suite or analyze a test suite or do some assertion within it. We'll talk about built-in library. I'll not spend much time with the library index. I'm more into demo, so I'll rush it through. But if someone needs a deeper insight, you can let me know. Right? For example, if a keyword should return a value, right? We can expect a value to be returned. So that's how this keyword works. Multiple looping condition, converting something to a string, string to an integer, and so on. That is type conversion. Exiting a loop based on a condition, getting the count of the string, the element or count of the variable, importing a resource. These are main, should be, should not be, or multiple conditions. I just listed 2-3 conditions. So it just does the assertion over a period of 2-3 different values, right? Whether 2 values are equal or not equal, equal as strings, equal as integers, multiple combinations could be done and compared there. Next, validates whether the outcome is true or false, maybe based on a condition. Multiple other keywords are there. One thing I haven't mentioned is control flows. For example, you have multiple steps in a particular keyword or a test case. One test case can be made dependent on another test case to run. That we call it as control flow. Or we can say only test case 2-3 passes, run test case 4. Because it's no point when a system fails it. When there's a connection failure, no point in running 500 test cases and finally saying something has failed, right? When only the first 2 test cases run, then I'll proceed with the third one. So that's the fundamental. String libraries helps us to play around a lot with the string concepts. Let's say I need to generate a random string. I have been working with a banking client who needs to generate a random transaction number every time. So this kind of library is useful. Of course, I can do that with Python in a minute of time, but it's already there and I can give parameters as to how many integers, what can be the string regex pattern as well I can give. Let's say first 3 should be a alphabet, next 3 should be an alphanumeric kind of a thing, and so on. So, and a few other operations, generic ones, I'm not going over everything, but key ones are like split string, strip string, getting the line where the string is mentioned, it gives all the lines where the string is mentioned. And this library can also be concatenated or combined with the built-in library that we saw. One important thing to notice is, while installing, we should give an import statement saying library string, right, in your test suite. Built-in, you did not mention that. But in the string library, you should purposefully call it. Although it's already in your machine, but you need to call it to kind of execute. Collection library, something which kind of interests when you kind of deal with a lot of data. Me being a data person, collection libraries brings a lot of data validation things into place. For example, most of the formats when I read a linear data like a linear number or number set is that I use it to store it in a Python list. So rather than going and asserting or doing operations over a Python list, I directly do this list operations. Let's say something I need to append a list, get a list element from the list based on an index, or kind of log a list, or remove value from a list, or log list, or sort the list. I can do this. And parallelly, I can also, when I read the data from a database, mostly it's a list of dictionaries. If you can envision, it's more like a data frame, right? So I have a list for each of the row, and the row and the value are like key value pairs. So it is a dictionary by itself. So I can convert it normal string format to a dictionary. I can get value from a dictionary based on a key or a value. I can remove value from a dictionary, or I can log a dictionary, right? So multiple operations could be pretty much done with this. Next one, I haven't this is the only library I'm showcasing since it is widely used in database operations as well. So we all know it's used in Selenium, Playwright, and other UI level operations, but database is something that's it's kind of rapidly picking up. So that's why I specifically mentioned a third-party library. Other ones are inbuilt. So of course you need to import the library called database library and install and import. So you need to separately do a pip install and then import it into your suite. This supports a lot of operations like connecting to a database, querying a database, asserting a database, doing a row count, doing a column count, and we are trying to develop this to a next level as well to assert database values as well, to get aggregate functions, to validate nulls, duplicates in a table, and so on. Right? This has a lot of usages when it comes to implementing in the enterprise level. I'll talk about it in an enterprise example that I'll show you. I couldn't cover everything. This was actually a very large talk done for 50 minutes. So in the interest of time, I'll just quickly go over the other important items. It helps us to import libraries, resources. It helps us to define multiple variables. Variable type as such with how we have multiple scalar and vector variables within Python, we can have similar ones with robot framework as well. And there are predefined variables as well. So if you are interested, you can also explore the variable access levels. We can say variable at the access levels, how we have test level, suite level, and global level ones. Next interesting factor is, let's say you don't have anything or any functionality available within your current ecosystem. Then it also helps us to provides us a provision to kind of create your own custom library. That means you can write your own code, create your own keyword, and use it in your suite. It supports loops, regex, control flows as I mentioned, right? Run a keyword and export, explain an error, and expect an error, run keyword and return something, right? A lot of control flows are there. This control flows is especially useful when it comes to enterprise level operation, right? Because many things will have dependent operations. So only if the dependency is met, then we need to continue the next one, right? We already discussed about tags and how important it is in terms of triggering and grouping out test cases. And setup and tear down is done either at the test level or suite level based on whenever we need. This is basically grouping the steps together, like database connection or opening your browser and so on. Finally is the logging. At each part, if you want to log something, your results or something, you can do it by a logging capacity. This is pretty old, if I'm not wrong, dates to 2012 though. Sorry for that, I didn't get any new ones. To quickly go out, I had a default PPT which I've been taking for years. So but the crux remains the same. You'll also see a latest report shortly. But this is how it looks like. It gives a whole execution time from the start date to end date. What is the number of test cases failed, stats of how many test cases have failed, and what are the time lapse for it. And when you come to test case structure, right? It is designed in a systematic fashion so that you can go into a tree-like structure and easily identify which keyword it fails and what is the exact error message. So this is another point, right? What is it for me, right? This might be used by an enterprise, by an automation engineer, though for his day-to-day activity. I'm a developer, can I use it, right? The first thing I'll recommend is to go over the main page, robotframework.org. I'll need to kind of go away from my presentation and kind of show this out. So this is basically the main page. You get all the information from here. This is a good place to start to understand the framework. What are the latest events happening? There are conferences happening then and there in the Europe, online. If you do some good scenarios or good case studies that have been done with this framework, you can present in the conference. I'm a global ambassador. I usually present in a lot of conferences across the Europe. Based on the success scenario, I have it in my office and my personal exploration. You also can see, this is a typical example which I provided in my screenshot as well, how linear test case is being developed. Also you can see what are the available libraries, right? So you can see a lot of available libraries are there. So this drastically reduces my development timeline. So I'm not going to sit there and develop things. Someone's already developed for it and someone's maintaining, and I'm going to just reuse it. Right? And basically you can also be part of a Slack community. So you have a very vibrant Slack community. Forum is not that active though, but Slack community is much vibrant and you can go there. So all in all, as a developer, it will help you to write your unit test and communicate with the stakeholders. On the other hand, when you want to contribute to the open source, this is a good platform to get started off with, right? When you talk about development contribution, I know it's a bit complex with multiple layers, multiple integrations and so on. At least with test automation level contribution, it's going to be much linear. It's going to have a single function and a single unit test to it. So this is one such repository. This is our robot framework main repository. It has multiple main page and it has multiple repositories to it. You can have a look. Choose any one of the inspiring repository, right? Well, I'm choosing the core library for core repository for now. You can, oops, sorry, wrong link. actually wanted to click on issues and show you the issues. But yeah, basically you can select any one of the issues, speak with the owner of the repository and see if you want to fix it, you can fix it, or you can create a new issue, like a new enhancement altogether, right? This helps you to be a part of a global open source community. And the main advantage of being contributing here is that I see people from all around the world contributing. I know people across 30 to 40 countries using it, and I usually interact with these people. I know about the opportunities in those places, what kind of technology they use, what is their view of the technology, what are the advancements they have there, right? And it gives also a wider exposure of how they look at technology as such. How do they develop code? How do they handle errors? How do they capture things? How do they log things, right? So this gives you a wider exposure to the international audience as well. And people who are going to review this PR are going to be these people mostly. So that's pretty much it from the tooling perspective. Other links are also given here. That is the GitHub repository link, your user guide as to how you can use this. This is an exhaustive guide. There are also some good practices. This is a link to the standard libraries. I'll show you to the library. Go over the library documentation, for example. For example, this is a library documentation, and let's talk about collections, right? We saw multiple operations with collections are listed down. So I did not write anything on my own for this. For example, dictionary should contain a sub-dictionary. This is like a typical Python level operation, where you want a dictionary to see if another dictionary is a subset of it. Right? Similarly, multiple keywords are available and you can make use of it, right? Reversing a list and so on. So these are some basics. For example, if you have to do with Python, it's a single step one. But what happens when you do error handling as well? So each one of it you see is not just a keyword that does its function, it also has error handling capabilities within it. So quickly on to a quick example at the enterprise level. So not sure how many of you have seen something like this, right? This is what we called an enterprise level data warehouse, right? I'll quickly explain about how it functions, and I'm going to explain about what we did as a test automation with this. This enabled actually the business users. They required almost 20 to 30 business users. They didn't get people to do that kind of a validation in Europe, and this was way too complex. So we enabled them to create a skeleton, and they, in 2-3 people were actually able to do 20 people's operation. Right? That created or reduced the dependency with the business users. So basically we get data from multiple sources, multiple different types. We put it into our landing zone. Each one runs at different business days. That's why I call it BD1, BD2. And each ones have multiple tables to it. Right? And then we run a check once each zone is completed. We run a control there that is pertaining only to that zone. Then we do a series of controls for each of it, and once all the zones are done, right, we have a quality check, the gate that you see here, which does a cross validation between the data, right? So this is one part of it. Similarly, other zones have other tests applied to it. So this is how we have framed it. And you look at an enterprise level code, right? This is how it might look like, right? Some people might be already following in your college exercises, but most of the college exercises are linear ones. You might not look at it, how you maintain things in a real life world, right? So you have Jenkins where you put in your Jenkins related scripts. I do not have much. This is just a dummy thing for the talk's sake, right? Then you have your libraries where you have a library definitions, right? This is mainly when I need to create, for example, null check is not within database library. So I need to create a new null check query. I haven't put the query though, but the null check query goes in right here. Next, we have our resource file where I have separated business keywords and technical keywords separately. So these are nothing but the business keywords that are put in, and there are some technical keywords which are differentiated by zone wise. So you see 3 blocks, right? Or you saw 4 blocks. So block 1 is 1 and 2 combined to is block 1. For example, yeah, this is called sourcing block. This is called the transmission block, and this is called the outbound or the data block. So each block is considered as a technical layer, and we have created keywords pertaining to each of them. Next up are the test. Again, in a modular fashion, we have segregated the test, and when you go into each of the test, is going to have multiple categories of checks, and when you go on, there are again going to be multiple test layers in it. And each test layer is something similar. For example, this is one check wherein we validate nulls and duplicates in a given table, right? So this makes it modular and keyword driven. But the main thing is every time I need to modify this null check, right? I need to have new tables, I need to have old tables scrapped in. I should not go and change the test case every time. So in that instance, I will make it data driven. For example, this is a typical banking customer where he had, I mean, it's just a replica of it, but it is a global consultancy services where they have customers across the globe, right? So they have their customer details, background details, account details, and so on. So if I need to, these are nothing but tables and columns. So these are the tables and the corresponding columns that needs to be validated. The green ones are the table and blue ones are the columns. So in case I need to add more columns, I just add it, or in case I need to add more tables as well, I can add it. In a typical size, I had 700 plus tables in a single file. Of course, split into multiple files though, but for null check alone, I validated 700 plus tables. So that's how an enterprise level or organization level suite looks like. Right? Similar to UAT, other data mart and transformation layers are categorized into check categories and multiple layers. This is just for one test layer. Let's assume we'll have multiple test layers. This is just for UAT test layers, and you go to Office, you will have SID test layer, you will have ST test layer, and so on. So this is where your unit test will fall something here as well. So instead of test, there will be multiple test layers. You can have something for unit test, and you can have your unit test as well right there. So this is what I wanted to show from an enterprise level, and we will talk quickly about a demo. I just have 5 minutes, I suppose. A quick demo.
You have 4 minutes.
So this is a test case. Let's take a retail client. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. As a normal simple test case, I go into this page. I'll click on home button. It will show me 3 items. I need to select Noir jacket. Okay. I'll select it. I need to change the size. I'll change the size to medium. I'll change the size to red, color to red. Add it to the cart. Go to the cart and check Noir jacket with the specific size and color is being displayed. This is a very simple test case. However, framed with robot framework, right? Let's see. This is again a very linear one, not something that we use at Office. It's going to be much more complex when I talk about Office and enterprise level clients. So I import a Selenium library and I've given test setup. So it means launch of the browser happens only once. Then the browser gets iterated for different test cases. Right? So here again it's a high level keyword. When I say high level keyword, this has another keyword to it and it has multiple other low level keywords. Low level keywords are something that has a definition in Python. For example, if I need to know what open browser does, I'll just go for the definition. Right, it is under the browser management.py, and this opens the browser and performs a specific action along with all the debugging. See how much of documentation has gone into it and how much of handling has been gone into it, right? So it gives a wide variety of flexibility, be it you use Chrome or you use Firefox or whatever, right? Here at least for demo purpose, I've used Chrome browser and I have set the URL to be loaded. So URL and browser are given. There are other attributes like how you handle your caches can be declared and so on. So this one has been declared in the test setup, and we have few variables assigned wherein we have declared URL and the browser in the variable section. And we have a test case which says add address in the cart and verify in the checkout page. And each of it just has 3 steps. Let's say I go to my business user in a retail industry and say, business analyst, this is what you have given me. I have written 3 steps to validate it. Can you understand? Then he says, yeah, you have added, say, go to home page, added a jacket, and verified in checkout. This is what my business functionality of the flow goes, right? In real time, this is going to be much larger, but for an example, I'm saying. When I go to home page, I'm again using low-level keywords like click element and click like these values and so on, right? So we are going to go to home page, give the home page parameter. Then we have another keyword to add jacket, so where we will be adding the Noir jacket using the given locator. Then we click on the, it should be first visible because it takes a bit of time to load the jacket. So I have given a 2 seconds wait time here. Once we go to the page, then I add the element by clicking on it. Then I click the size and the color which I want. then I give add it. So this adds the component to the or the product to the checkout page. Then I'll go to the next keyword where I'll check out and verify. I'll give a 2 seconds break for the page to refresh. Then I check out the element and I'll check whether the element has this particular Neuer jacket with size and color. Right? Let's try to execute it. Using robot code as a plugin, you can directly execute from your VS Code or a Python currently. Just fire the browser, it's clicking on the home button. It was so fast that we didn't notice. Then it clicks on the Neuer jacket, now selects the size and the color, now goes to the checkout page and sees the Neuer jacket written MS there. And I didn't close the browser. Usually we used to close the browser. I didn't close the browser since I wanted to show you the page, otherwise it will be instantly disappearing. Let's go to the log and just have a quick look at the log. So this is how the log looks like. You go by stats, right? What is the test case? It takes 13 seconds to pass or execute. And what is the tree-based structure, right? We had a folder structure that was maintained. So basically it gives a tree-based structure and it says what all the steps are being executed, right? Open a browser, minimize, title should be, right? We assert whether the title is correct, and then we go and we click the element, we click the corresponding values, and finally we verify whether the element is visible. That means the final Neuer jacket with the MS visible. So this is a simple test case and the result that is shown. So I am out of time though, but I can spend a minute to take up any questions. We have deployed this in multiple customer. I'm an enterprise solution architect, so I didn't mention that in my role though. So usually I go to customers, give out solutions and do it. One such EDW platform is what I explained. So their one system was what I explained. End to end it was automated. So job comes in, your system testing runs for it. Next job runs, similarly all the jobs run. UAT it goes, UAT testing runs. We go to the next section. From starting to end, we have done an end-to-end automation there with UI. With database. With UI, we have made a 3-layer architecture kind of a support, wherein you laid data from a database, what you see in the screen now, right? Like with the retail customer. Similarly, we go to API, whether those details are entered in API, the red color jacket and sizes are given. Finally, we go to the database and select whether the corresponding price has been displayed. So a 3-layer architecture has also been there. So it has been focused and implemented in multiple clients. And just to give a gist of companies using it, these are the companies that are using across the globe. Capgemini, CGI, these are consultancy ones, ING, Cisco, Index9 is one such partner. These are partners with Robot Framework, right? A few other companies, and being a global consultant, I can assure you this is already growing widely in Europe, gaining traction in US. Some 2-3 big names, I cannot name the banks for sure due to confidentiality. To the extreme, some of the defense countries defense are also using it. Very famous PyCharm, your IDE for evaluating or you're writing your Python scripts. PyCharm uses Robot Framework to test the applications. So that's one other thing. So enterprise level, a lot of success stories. Any other questions? Okay, then thanks for being a nice audience and thanks for patiently hearing to me. If you have any doubts, I'll be at the Robot Framework booth, and this is my LinkedIn in case you wanted to connect. And this is Robot Framework. If you want to try out Robot Framework, you'll be a part of the Robot Framework Slack. Ask your questions there. Try to contribute and kind of get yourself used to the framework. Thanks.
hope you guys are energetic. I know it's a very tiring day. Tamil எத்தனை பேர் தெரியும், இங்கிலீஷ் எத்தனை பேர் மட்டும் தெரியும்? Everyone is comfortable with English or everyone is comfortable with Tamil? தமிழ்னா தமிழே பேசிக்கலாம், அதுதான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன். Everyone understand Tamil? Okay, super. So passwordless authentication. எத்தனை பேருக்கு இதை பற்றி ஐடியா இருக்கு? எத்தனை பேருக்கு இதை பற்றி ஐடியா இல்லை? உங்க ஐடியா என்ன சொல்லுங்க? சின்னதா. ஓகே, SSO பேஸ் பண்ணி சொல்றீங்க. ஓகே, வேற ஐடியாஸ்?
Passkeys, security call, security keys.
Okay, one at a time.
Security call like in the
Passkeys. Okay. நீங்க UB keys, security keys basically, hardware keys. So இதெல்லாம் வந்து types of passwordless தான். நிறைய பேர் TOTP யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, 2FA இருக்கு, MFA இருக்கு. பட் நான் இன்னைக்கு பேச வந்தது வந்து ஓப்பன் ஹார்ட்வேர் பேஸ் பண்ணி ஹார்ட்வேர் டோக்கன்ஸ் மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். நிறைய பேர் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன்ஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி பாஸ்வேர்ட் சேவ் பண்ணுவாங்க. நிறைய பேர் அதெல்லாமும் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க, பாஸ்வேர்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. பிட் வார்டன்ஸ் செல்ஃப் ஹோஸ்டடாக இருக்குது. ஸோ வை ப்ரிஃபரபிளி யூஸ் ஹார்ட்வேர்? ஏன் க்ளவுட் பதிலாக ஹார்ட்வேர் பேச வரோம்? ஸோ அதுதான் நான் சொல்ல வந்தது. ஸோ நிறைய பேர் யூனிக்காக வைக்கணும்னு வைப்பாங்க எல்லாத்தையும், ஆனால் அந்த எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே மறந்துடுவாங்க பாஸ்வேர்டை. பேசிக் இன்னைக்கு காலையில் நீங்கள் என்ன சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா இப்போ மறந்துடுவீங்க. அதே தான். ஸோ இப்படி இருக்கிறப்போ அவ்வளோ ஸ்ட்ராங்காக இருக்க பாஸ்வேர்ட் நிறைய பேர் ரெஜெக்ட் பேஸ் பண்ணி வைப்பாங்க, பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி வைப்பாங்க. அந்த பாஸ்வேர்ட்ஸை எப்படி ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும்னு நினைப்பீங்க? அதுக்கு சொல்யூஷன் கொண்டு வச்சது தான் ஓடிபி பேஸ் பண்ணி நான் கிராக் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தேன். ஸோ இமெயில்ஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி வச்சாங்க, எஸ்எம்டி சர்வீஸ் ப்ரோஸ் பண்ணி அப்போ தான் பண்ணாங்க. ஓகே, யூ ஹேவ் டு ஃபைண்ட் அ ப்ராப்ளம். இதில் ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது, நம்ம இதில் தான் புதுசாக ப்ராப்ளம் வரும்னா சொல்யூஷனும் புதுசாக இருக்குது. ஸோ மாடர்ன் ப்ராப்ளம். ஸோ இதுக்கு தான் வந்தது
ஆமாம் ப்ரோ.
ஸோ மோஸ்ட்டாக இது என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னா ப்ரீசஸ். நம்ம சைட்லேருந்து ப்ராப்ளம் இருந்தாலும் கம்பெனி லீக் பண்ணிவிட்டோம். ஸோ இதில் நிறைய பேர் யூஸ் வேறு பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ நிறைய பேர் வந்து இந்த இமெயில்ஸ்லலாம் ப்ளஸ் ஆட் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி லெட்ஸே NAS யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா NAS ப்ளஸ் அவங்களோட டிஃபால்ட் பாஸ்வேர்ட். ஸோ அவங்களே வந்து வேர்ட் லிஸ்ட் நமக்கு ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. ஸோ அதுவும் இருக்குது. இதில் மேஜராக நடக்கிறது எங்கன்னா பாஸ்வேர்ட்ஸ் லீக் ஆகிறது தான். ஸோ ஹவு டு டிஃபெண்ட் இட்? வில் நாட் ஹேவ் பாஸ்வேர்ட்லெஸ். ஸோ இங்கே பேசிக்காக யூஸ் பண்ணுறது பாஸ்வேர்ட் வெளியே போகாது, ப்ரைவேட் கீ நம்மக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்கும். வி ஓன் இட். என்னதான் க்ளவுடில் போட்டாலும் க்ளவுடோட கான்ஃபிகரேஷன் நம்ம செட் பண்ணணும், அதை ப்ராப்பராக மேனேஜ் பண்ணணும். சிவிஸ் நம்ம ஒன்றும் பேட்ச் பண்ண போகிறது, வாட் எவர் ஹேப்பன்ஸ் வி டோன்ட் நோ. நம்ம என்ன ட்ரிகரும் செட் பண்ண போகிறது, இன்கேஸ் பப்ளிக் ஐபி அட்டாக் ஆகுது, டிடாஸ் ஆகுது, சர்வர் டவுன் ஆகுது, நமக்கு தெரியாது. ஈவன் தோ வி கீப் அலர்ட்ஸ். எத்தனை பேர் அந்த இமீடியட் அலர்ட் வந்து ரிசால்வ் பண்ணுவீங்க? நோ ஐடியா. ரியாக்ஷன் டைமும் லேட் ஆகும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஹார்ட்வேர் டோக்கன்ஸ் இருக்கிறப்போ இந்த சேலஞ்ச் மட்டும்தான் போகும் உள்ள ப்ரைவேட் கீக்கு. அதுலேருந்து வரப்போ உங்களுக்கு வெறும் அது ப்ராப்பராக ஆயிருக்கா இல்லையான்ற இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தான் பப்ளிக் கீக்கு போய் வரப்போகுது. ஸோ உங்களோட டேட்டா உங்ககிட்ட மட்டும் தான் இருக்கும். ஈவன் இஃப் இட் லூசஸ், யூ லூஸ் எவ்ரி திங். ஸ்க்ராட்ச் வந்து திருப்பியும் கிரியேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ தேர் இஸ் நோ ரீச்சிங் ஹியர், நத்திங். நீங்கள் இன்னொரு க்ளவுட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் இல்லை செல்ஃப் ஹோஸ்டடாகவே வச்சுருந்தீங்கன்னா கூட யூ டோன்ட் வந்து ஐஎஸ்பி. நீங்கள் எத்தனை பேர் செல்ஃப் டிஎன்எஸ் வச்சுருக்கீங்க? 1 2 ஓகே 1. ஸோ இதெல்லாமும் ஒன்று இருக்குது. நிறைய பேர் ஹாட்ஸ்டார் பிளாக் பண்ணுறதுக்கு டிஎன்எஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, அக்கமைலேருந்து தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க அவங்களுக்கு. அதெல்லாமும் நீங்கள் ஐபிஎஸ்சிஸ்னால யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. இதில் மேஜராக நம்ம பண்ண வேண்டியது இந்த கீ. ஏன்னா இந்த சர்வர் வந்து எல்லா இடத்துலையும் ஒரே இது தான், சேம் ப்ரோட்டோகால், சேம் எல்லாமே, அவங்களோட யூஸ் கேசஸ், அவங்களோட ஒர்க். ஸோ வை நாட் யூஸ் ஓப்பன் ஹார்ட்வேர் அண்ட் ஓப்பன் ஸ்டாக், லைக் வாட் தே கிவ் ப்ரோட்டோகால்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஏன் நம்மளே கீப் பண்ணிக்கூடாது? ஸோ அதுக்கு தான் நம்ம பண்ண வேண்டியது பேசிக்காக எப்படி இந்த ஒர்க் ஃப்ளோ ஒர்க் ஆகுது, இந்த என்னென்ன யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. சிடாப் எதுக்கு, அப்புறம் வெபாத்தன் எதுக்கு, ஹவ் யூசிங் இட். ஸோ இந்த வெபாத்தன் சிடாப் இது ரெண்டு புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டா எப்படி இந்த கீ ஃபார்ம் ஆகுது. இந்த சிடாப்ன்றது பேசிக்காக இந்த கிளையண்ட்டும் அத்தன்டிகேட்டரும் பேசிக்கிறது. ஓகே, நான் கிளையண்ட் அத்தன்டிகேட்டர் பேசிக்கிறேன், ஹம்மாவோ ஐ ஒர்க் இட். பட் நான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறது மேஜராக ப்ரௌசர்ஸ், SaaS ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ். அங்கே எப்படி நான் டிப்ளாய் பண்ணுவேன்? வெபாத்தன் கம்ஸ் இன்டு. ஸோ இந்த வெபாத்தன் பேஸ் பண்ணி if we make sure the CTAP works in hand with it, இது இருந்தாலே போதும். We can make even a Raspberry Pi work as a key. So Raspberry Pi உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், HID பேஸ் பண்ணி நீங்கள், ஐ மீன் நான் ஒஃபென்சிவ் பேக்ரவுண்ட்னால நான் சொல்கிறேன், நிறைய விஷயம் பண்ணலாம். யூ கேன் ஈவன் இன்ஜெக்ட் RMRF. ஸோ போயிடும். அகெயின் இது ரெண்டு பண்ணிட்டோம்னா அகெயின் நம்ம வந்து ஹார்ட்வேர் மட்டும் நம்ம டிசைட் பண்ணுறது. பீப்புள் ப்ரிஃபர் ESPs. நிறைய பேருக்கு ESPs பிடிக்கும், நிறைய பேருக்கு STMs பிடிக்கும். ஸோ யாருக்கெல்லாம் இங்கே ESP பிடிக்கும், யாருக்கெல்லாம் STM32 பிடிக்கும்? ESPs STM32s. யாராச்சும் NRF வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? NRF சடனாக வருவீங்க, அதை யாரும் இல்லையா இங்கே? ஓகே, ஸோ நான் NRF தான், ஸோ அதனால் தனியாக மாட்டேன். அண்ட் ஆமாம், அகெயின் சொன்ன மாதிரி என்னதான் நம்ம க்ளவுடில் இருந்தாலும் க்ளவுடில் அப் டைம்னு இருக்கு. போஸ்டர்ல எத்தனை பேருக்கு அவங்களோட அப் டைம் 99 வைக்க முடியும்? அப்படி இருந்தீங்கன்னா என் கூட கொலாபரேட் பண்ணுங்க ப்ளீஸ், டேட்டா சென்டர் கிரியேட் பண்ணணும். அண்ட் அதே மாதிரி யூபிக்கு இருக்கு, நீங்கள் சொல்கிறீங்க 8000 ரூபா ஒன்று. ஸோ யூ லூஸ் இட் இனி அகெயின். அண்ட் இப்படி இருக்கிறப்போ why no one is trying to create their own hardware? Okay, printing PCB is hard, but boards இருக்குல்ல இந்தியாவில், why not use them? C3 இருக்கு, okay, it won't work. S3 இருக்கு, S3 is the enough memory இருக்கு, why not use that? இங்கே நிறைய பேர் யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. மேக்ஸிமம் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு சர்க்யூட் ப்ராஜெக்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணுறது HID பேஸ் பண்ணி ரெண்டா ஆக்சஸ் பாயிண்டாக இருக்கு. ஸோ ஃபிசிக்கல் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் இதில் ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது. ஸோ என்னதான் க்ளவுடில் இருந்தாலுமே உங்கள் நெட்வொர்க் நீங்கள் எப்படி மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு தெரியாது, நீங்கள் என்ன ஆக்சஸ் பாயிண்டில் யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு தெரியாது. ஸோ இதுக்கு பேஜாக யூஸ் பண்ணுறது தான் இந்த ஃபிசிக்கல் ப்ரெசன்ஸ். இப்போ நான் அந்த கீ சொல்கிறேன், இந்த கீயை வந்து நான் இப்போ உங்ககிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டேன் இல்லை வேறு யார்கிட்டயா கொடுத்தேன்னா ஸ்டில் என்னோட டிஜிட்டல் ஐடென்டிட்டி இங்கே லாஸ் ஆகும். அங்கே தான் வி ஹாவ் மோர் ப்ரிவென்டிவ் மெஷர்ஸ் கம்மிங் அப். CTAPல February 25 நினைக்கிறேன், சம்டைம் February அவங்க ரிலீஸ் பண்ணது 2.2 CTAPோட. தே என்ஃபோர்ஸ் UV-UP. வாட் இஸ் UV-UP? ஸோ UV-UPன்றது யூசர் வெரிஃபிகேஷன், யூசர் ப்ரெசன்ஸ். அது அப்புறம் நம்ம பார்ப்போம். அகெயின் பேசிக்ஸ் என்ன சொல்லிட்டு இருந்த சாஃப்ட் டோக்கன்ஸ், ஹார்ட் டோக்கன்ஸ். சாஃப்ட் டோக்கன்ஸ் எப்படி நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் வச்சுருக்கீங்க, யாரெல்லாம் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் வச்சுருக்கீங்களோ ப்ளீஸ் பி சேஃப். ஸோ தேர் ஆர் வல்னரபிலிட்டிஸ் இன் தட். நிறைய பேர் டோக்கன்ஸ் போயிருக்கு, அவங்க எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் டார்கெட் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன், ஐ மீன் வாட் இஸ் தட், ப்ரைஸ் டார்கெட் வந்தோடனே த்ரெஷ்ஹோல்ட் கரெக்டாக வந்தோடனே உங்களுக்கு SMS வரணும், அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ தேர் ஆர் ஃபியூ திங்ஸ் விச் டேக் யுவர் ஸ்டஃப் அவுட். ஸோ கொஞ்சம் உஷாராக இருங்க அதில் மட்டும். ஸோ ட்ரை டு ப்ரிஃபர்லி யூஸ் ஹார்ட் டோக்கன்ஸ். இப்போதைக்கு நீங்கள் எது யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்களோ யூஸ் இட், பட் அட் எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே ட்ரை டு மேக் யுவர் ஓன். இட்ஸ் ஈஸி டு டூ இன் இந்தியா. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தான் இப்போதைக்கு அவைலபிளாக இருக்குது, நீங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் அவுட் ஆஃப் த பாக்ஸ். ஆல் யூ நீட் டு டூ இஸ் மேபி சிட் ஒன் நைட்டர் உட்காந்து பண்ணிங்கன்னா யூ கேன் ஹேவ் யுவர் ஓன் கீ. ஸோ ஐ கேரி மை ஓன் கீ. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த கீ. NRF, I mean I do have ESPs, but not NRF தெரியுங்களா, I have NRF. I just pass it on. ஸோ இங்கே நீங்கள் பார்க்குற OpenSK is not entirely given out. ஸோ அவங்க என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, you can use this as a project, you can use it as your own thing, but they don't give a certificate that is proper FIDO certified, because it was again a project. They just want to do it for the fun, open source பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இதுதான் காசு இருக்கு வாங்கிட்டு யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறேன்றது வேற விஷயம். பட் அகைன் இஃப் யூ டூ இட், இஃப் யூ மேக் இட், உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் எப்படி இது ஒர்க் ஆகுது, எப்படி இதை அப்கிரேட் பண்ணலாம். இப்போ அந்த UV-UP சொல்கிறேன், இதை நம்ம எப்படி இன்கார்பரேட் பண்ணலாம். நிறைய ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது அவைலபிளாக மார்க்கெட்டில். வி கேன் அகெயின் யூஸ் தட் டு மேக் இன் டு திஸ். ஸோ கீயை மட்டும் நீங்கள் பேஸ் பண்ணி என்னோட கீ மிஸ் ஆகிடுச்சுன்னா போயிடுன்னு, யூ ஸ்டில் ஹேவ் பேக்கப் கோட்ஸ். எல்லா 2FA MFAக்கு பேக்கப் கோட்ஸ் இருக்குது. எத்தனை பேர் அதை பேக்கப் எடுத்து வைப்போன்றது தெரியாது. இது எத்தனை பேர் க்ளவுட்ஃப்ளேர் யூஸ் பண்ணுவீங்க? ஓகே, நைஸ் ஆன்சர். ஸோ எல்லா 2FA போட்டிங்களா அதில்? ஓகே, I hear readless.
Yes. Passwordless.
Okay. So இது நான் ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணுற ஸ்டாக். ஸோ ஐ மீன் NRF நான் சூஸ் பண்ணுறது. இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு சூஸ் யோர்ஸ், S3ல USB-யே கிடைக்காது, யூ கேன் ஆட் ஆன், பட் அகைன் யூ கேன் யூஸ் திஸ் NRF boards to do with it. You can contact me anytime, I can help you out with the repo. it's already open source, but again, if you have any doubts, just ping me. நான் அதில் தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஐ மேக் சம் சேஞ்சஸ் இன் இட் ஃபார் யூபி ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்ட்ஸ் ஆட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. ஸோ அதை நீங்கள் பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் அகெயின் இதில் இருக்க எல்லாமே வாங்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் அவாய்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஏன்னா 3D பிரிண்டிங் கேசஸ் வந்து யூ ஹேவ் சர்வீசஸ் டு கெட் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் தான் அகெயின், பட் இட்ஸ் நாட் நெசசரி டு டூ. ஸோ காசு இல்லைன்னா நீங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ இது ரெண்டு தான் நான் இப்போ பாஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது. ஸோ இதுதான் இந்த டவுன்லோட் போர்ட் விச் replicates exactly like a USB. So it will just sit in your pocket. You can even put it in your keychain. Forget it. Whenever you want, you can plug it in. So இது உங்க சர்வர்ல யூஸ் பண்றீங்கன்னா கூட you can just keep it plugged in whenever you are there, and நீங்க இருக்கிறப்ப மட்டும் தான் அதை ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். ஸோ இந்த மாடல்ல வந்து நான் UP போடல, ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் இட்ஸ் இன் த சர்வர். ஸோ நான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும்ன்றது அவசியம் கிடையாது. whenever I am not there, I'll just plug it out and walk away. No one gets access. And this is a dev board. டெவ் போர்ட் நான் எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன்னா, பேசிக்காக நான் இதுக்கப்புறம் இருக்க எல்லா ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ்க்கு அதில் டிப்ளாய் பண்ணணும், டெவலப் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றதுக்கு மட்டும் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன். இட்ஸ் நாட் நெசரி யூ வாண்ட் டு யூஸ் திஸ். தட் இஸ் த எண்ட் ப்ராடக்ட். இது டெவலப்மெண்ட் தான். யூ கேன் ஜஸ்ட் யூஸ் திஸ் டு கிரியேட் யுவர் ஓன் ஸ்டஃப். ஸோ நான் இப்போ ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்ட் சொல்கிறேன். நிறைய பேர் வந்து கெப்பாசிட்டிவ் ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, நிறைய பேர் ஆப்டிக்கல் லோட் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ யூ கேன் ஜஸ்ட் செட் இட் அரவுண்ட் யுவர் ஹோம் அசிஸ்டன்ட் ஆர் ஹோம் லேப். ஸோ அகெயின் இட்ஸ் யுவர் சாய்ஸ். நீங்கள் எப்படி அதை டிஃபைன் பண்ணி உங்களோட கஸ்டமைசேஷன் எப்படி பண்ணுறீங்களோ, யூ கேன் ஜஸ்ட் பில்ட் அரவுண்ட் இட், கீப் இட் இன் அ வே தட் யூ ஓன் யுவர் ஓன் ஐடென்டிட்டி. யூ டோன்ட் நீட் டு கிவ் இட் இன் த கிளவுட், சே தட் இட்ஸ் ப்ரொடெக்டட், யூ டோன்ட் நோ த அப் டைம். எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி. அண்ட் இது எத்தனை பேருக்கு தெரியுன்றது எனக்கு தெரியல. ஓகே, ஸோ கூகுள் வந்து ஏன் எதுவுமே அட்டாக் ஆகல அவ்வளோவா? ஸோ கூகுள் என்ஃபோர்சஸ் எவ்ரி யூசர் டு யூஸ் keys. So அவங்க கம்பெனியில் நீங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா, டு யூஸ் தேர் சிஸ்டம்ஸ் யூ ஹேவ் டு யூஸ் த கீஸ். தே ப்ரொவைட் கீஸ், தே ஹேவ் தேர் ஓன் கீஸ். ஸோ அந்த கீஸ் இல்லாமல் யூ கான் ஆக்சஸ் எனி திங். அண்ட் அகெயின் இந்த யூபியூவி, இந்த யூபியூவின்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இப்போ. ஏன்னா CTAP 2.2லேருந்து வி ஹாவ் டு எம்ப்ளாய் இட், ஐ மீன் வி ஹாவ் டு டிப்ளாய் இட் ப்ராப்பர்லி. இல்லைன்னா இட் கிவ்ஸ் அன் எரர் கோட். ஸோ யூபின்றது யூசர் ப்ரெசன்ஸ். ஸோ நீங்கள் ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்ட் இல்லை ஒரு பட்டன் கிளிக், GPIO பேசிக்காக அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி யூ கேன் ஜஸ்ட் கிவ் இட் அஸ் அ ப்ரெசன்ஸ், அண்ட் தென் யூசர் வெரிஃபிகேஷன் வில் பி அ பின். நீங்கள் செட் பண்ணுறது. இங்கே நிறைய பேர் விண்டோஸ் ஹலோ யூஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க, இல்லை எனி அதர் திங்ஸ். ஸோ அதில் வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு பின் போட்டிருப்பீங்க, இந்த பின் போட்டால் ஓப்பன் ஆகும் அப்படின்னு. அது வேறு யூசர் வெரிஃபிகேஷன். CTAP பழசில் இருந்து. CTAP 2.2ல் வந்து யூ ஹேவ் டு யூஸ் யூசர் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் அண்ட் UV. ஸோ ரெண்டுத்தையும் போட்டீங்கன்னா it's better to do it. And again, this is the key takeaway. And எல்லாமே open source. இங்க the protocols are all open for us. நீங்க வந்து you don't need to think it won't work or not. I have POC. If you want to reach out to me, reach out. I'll show you how it's done, how it works. So this is an ongoing project also. So இது யாரும் வந்து stop பண்ணல Google. They just said we don't certify that it's a Fredo project, but you can use it for your Fredo projects for internal use. You can get certified. அவ்வளவுதான். Certified இருந்தால் நீங்கள் ஆக்சுவலி விற்கலாம். ஸோ தட்ஸ் அப் டு யூ கைஸ். அண்ட் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் ட்ரை பண்ணணும், இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு லேர்ன் அபவுட் திஸ் வீடியோ, ஹவ் இட் ஒர்க்ஸ், செக் அவுட் தோஸ் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ். தோஸ் ஆர் ஓப்பன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ். ஓகே, அங்கே போனீங்கன்னா தே வில் டெல் யூ ஹவு ஆக்சுவலி இட் ஒர்க்ஸ். இட்ஸ் a well documented place. So you can understand how each level, how it goes from the server side, என்ன போகுது, என்ன வருது, you can see it all. And yeah, thank you.
I have one question. What
Yes.
will be the limitations if I'm using something like an ESP32?
So it depends again into your memory. So if you want to save like 30 to 60 passkeys, then you have to think about S3, or if you want to go high, you want to choose that. Why did I choose NRF is that I have a crypto cell. So I know the limit of the crypto cell and I can save it into it.
Because currently I have a normal YubiKey, right?
Okay.
So now, like a lot of people, what they recommend is, suppose you're on a first YubiKey and you still need to be able to access your stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you add a backup YubiKey, but then again that's expensive, right?
Yes.
So instead I was thinking like, what if I use my current ESP32 as a secondary YubiKey? Would there be a security implication?
You will have few security implications because they have their own proprietary software. You can't do anything against it. But if you have your own key, who's going to stop you?
Correct.
Exactly. You can make a clone of it, you can keep it yourself, make a backup of it, keep it yourself. It's all with you. Got it?
Yeah.
Any more questions?
I do have.
Use ESP32, the development.
Yeah, you can use.
USB connection we have to.
HID varadu. You have to use Type C to USB, so it will be a hassle for you. Try to go for Maker Diary or anything else like that. Adile USB irundha well and good, you can use that.
One more thing, private key தான உள்ள ஸ்டோர் ஆகும். Private key நான் ஒரு set of keys ஏற்கனவே போட்டு வச்சிரணுமா இல்ல each time
நீங்க வந்து ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ப்ராசஸும் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி அதுக்கப்புறம் வெரிஃபிகேஷனும் அதில் பண்ணணும். ஸோ வெப்ஆத்தன் நான் காமிச்சேன் தெரியுமா, அந்த வெப்சைட் போனீங்கன்னா யூ கேன் see the entire process, how it registers and how it verifies. So the challenge goes inside, gets verified, then it gives out to the server.
That's okay. Like if I can I have the same use the same thing for multiple websites or multiple?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So each time I have to flash it or like?
No, you just need to flash it once. That's it. Okay. Crowd has more questions? Yes.
What do you do for backup?
So you can take backups of the code. Like
in the case key gets restricted, something like that.
You can have multiple keys. So அவர் கேட்ட மாதிரி தான், நீங்கள் ஒரு கீ இல்லைனா கூட மல்டிபிள் கீஸ் நீங்கள் சேவ் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Audio.
So any more questions?
So the private key would also be encrypted, or
it will be encrypted. So it won't be like not encrypted and saved. You encrypt it and you save it in.
all those will be handled by Slave?
Yes. So there is one thing, OpenSK is based on Rust. So I use Rust, so I tell that. If you want to go with ESPs, there's another thing for ESPs. I'm not sure of the repo name. I'll share it to you if you want. So you can use that also. They support many ESP boards. Dev board is one of them. So you can try out to them. So I hope the session is fruitful to you guys. Thank you.
You are attending my talk too. So let's get going. So a little about myself. I am an undergraduate student at SRM University, and I like to contribute to open source, and I am very passionate about development. So our topic today is going to be GUI design with music generation using Qt and C++. So to summarize this, I would say that today we are going to be talking about GUI design and music generation. So there are two libraries called Kiragami and Qt Music. So we are basically going to be talking about this today. And so around 4 months ago, I got to know about Season of KD. So Season of KD is kind of basically like Google Sum of Code. So I know that some of you guys are very fond of Google Summer of Code. You start spamming PRs 2 or 1 month before Google Summer of Code starts. So season of KD is something similar to Google Summer of Code. So it's a 2 month program. So I got to know about KD, the project we are talking about today. So that was my journey for 2 months, and it got me started with coding. So many of you guys have known this picture if you have played this in your childhood. So many Tamil people might be familiar with this. This is Palanguzi. Pardon me if I'm spelling it wrong. But in Malkala engine, our project today is basically a game engine which is written in C++. So it's a game engine which helps people like play different Malkara variants. So there are a couple of Malkara variants like Monenfiel, which is played in Germany, Ovare played in Africa, Pelanguli from Tamil, and Vamana Gultalu in Telangana. So similarly, we have created this so that people can get a memory of what they used to play before. So I have made some couple of changes during this 2 months where I contributed to the GUI and the sound. So this is what the project used to look like before. This is the login screen. So you can select the variants here. And this is the like older version of the game. So I made improvements and changed this to this one, which looks a little bit more better. Like I introduced the edges and some of the colors. So I also used Kiragami. So Kiragami is basically a library which helps you introduce white and black. So the color changes dynamically when the theme is white, and again it changes when it's black. Just let me show you. So this is the board. This is the board of our Mancala engine. So previously used to look so vacant. So I have added some of the there are seeds now, and I have like added this design and created these all designs here and made some changes. So this was created by Leon Krita. So I have made a couple of designs, and these seeds are changing dynamically. So at the last, I will play a game and show you guys. So this is Kiragami, which I was talking about. So this is this is a C++ module which you can use to like create themes and create custom themes which will help you like make colors and build up colors. So comparison of light and dark mode. So this is the light mode which I showed you before. So after that we go to the dark mode. So Kiragami helped me make timeline clear. So the background changes when the theme is changed to dark. And music generation, I guess sound might not be available here, but I will try to increase and check the sound. So music generation with multimedia is that we can through Qt multimedia we use an input channel and output channel and specify some sign and cause variables. So based on that we can like have the audio generated. And these are some of the like artworks I created at the end of my mentorship program. So this was created using Krita. Krita is another software made by KD, which is very popular. So you can check this out. This is a digital art software tool. So and for that, just playing the game once.
Yeah, so this is our game. So I have logged in using my account. So this runs on XMPP. So XMPP is basically a protocol which helps you build games. And so I have logged in using my XMPP account. And so if you see that we can select the game variants from here. I am choosing Pawn and Spiel, and after this I can play using AI. So if you can hear it clearly, there's a click sound. So I made that using.
What's this called in Tamil?
This is called
Kalankuli.
Balanguli. Wait,
We have bought a domain actually. We built something.
Okay, wait. I have that too.
Not something we bought. Just for fun we did.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. Like 1 month back, randomly at the night, I did build a game. I mean, not me, like my
Yeah.
partner.
I guess this is very popular here. Many of the people have played. So this was the overall thing. We are like trying to make something based on the storage multiplayer thing. So if people like play all together. So my goal was mainly to introduce this project to everyone. Who want to contribute the project, it's there on.
Sound is coming from that way. Yeah.
Should I?
Sound is coming.
Yeah, it's coming from. And this is the Malkala engine repository. So if you want to contribute, you can like create some MRs or help in the documentation. There are active Matrix channels, so you can join them and like contribute. That was all. Thank you. Thank you.
சாமி எது லாக் பண்ண முடியும் மேல லாக் பண்ணிடுறா
One second.
லாக் பண்ணிடலாம் கேமரா
ஆஃப் பண்ணிடலாம்.
ஆஃப் பண்ணிடலாமா பண்ணிடலாம் முடிச்சிச்சுல
ஓகே.
யாரோட ஸ்பீக்கர் யார் ஸ்பீக்கரிங்க
Sendip. Palanguri.
You?
Yeah. You built Palanguri. Yeah.
Absolutely. How do you build it?
I just contributed it, so like it was created by someone.
Okay.
So